academic departments within the faculty, program managers and subject leaders, academic staff, professors, associate professors, doctors, senior lecturers, support and administrative staff within the schools, within the faculty, the Faculty of Management and Law Research Day organizing and the scientific committee, to the marketing and communication staff. Thank you for making some of us look like yellow bones on your cameras. To our hosts, the Ranch Hotel, for taking good care of us. To our keynote speakers, Professor Sithole and Ms. Tubazane. And importantly, to our presenters, our students within the Faculty of Management and Law. Distinguished guests, as we enter the third day of this milestone 10th FML Research Day, let us reflect on where we have come from. Let us reflect on the journey that we have traversed thus far. From humble beginnings 10 years ago to being in R40 with less than 20 presentations, to where we are now at the Ranch Hotel with 166 presentations, 2 parallel sessions, and of course, a hybrid session. The Faculty of Management and Law Research Day has really grown and continues to grow. This is in line with the vision of the faculty, and as you would have observed, our discussions have been in line with the theme of advancing governance, innovation, and sustainable development in Africa. From the onset of the presentations to this moment, the theme has resonated throughout. We've had discussions and engagements on critical issues such as public-private partnerships, discussions from the legal fraternity, from the accountancy field, from development planning and management, from local government and administration, from economics, from human resources, from business management. The conversations have been robust, the conversations have been engaging. Key points have been taken away from the multidisciplinary papers that have been presented. Your presentations have been engaging. The question and answer sessions have been robust. We have also had some delicious lunch along the way. We have had tea breaks that have overextended, but have presented an opportunity for colleagues to network. And we have also learnt from industry and outside partners. Let us now continue in the same vein and in the same spirit, and we kickstart this day with the same energy. To the session chairs that will facilitate today, let us continue in the same vein with the other session chairs. Let us be firm, let us observe time, and let us try to move the program along as quickly as we can. To the presenters, those who are presenting today but have been observing the presentations, I hope you would have taken away lessons and you would have engaged with your presentations beforehand so that it doesn't necessarily take you a long time to drive your point across. As I conclude and invite the next speaker, I just want to quote something from people in the discipline of economics. By the end of our presentations today, we should have reached equilibrium. By the time the gala dinner ends in the evening, we should have reached utility. Those in economics who know this very well. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to invite to the stage somebody that is going to formally welcome us. I'm sure many of you have engaged with him. He is a scholar of note. He is always happy. It does not take him more than 5 minutes to laugh or smile. He is the program director when it comes to organizing the group photos. And he is formerly the director of the Turfloop Graduate School of Leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Professor Mokoena.
Good morning. No, the response is not exciting. Good morning. Thank you very much, Prof. Nkuna. Colleagues, I will actually follow on the set protocols by the program director, Mr. Nyirenda, so that I don't spend much time. Platforms like these ones, I like them because I tend to miss them of late according to the way Prof. Sibanda structured things. But having said that, I will acknowledge the executive management of the university led by Professor Mokhalong, and also Dr. Mabili Bili, a DVC or a VC designate. And that includes all the executive members, Mr. Nyirenda. But I will be doing injustice if I do not acknowledge the leadership of the faculty led by the executive dean, Professor Sibanda. I always say things actually becomes better when you speak at the last. You'll recall that during the first day, the DVC opened and welcomed all of us. But I noted this morning that there are few faces that tends to join us today because they're presenting today. Thus, I will then actually extend this particular talk to them directly. For those who've been here on the first day and yesterday, you know that the platform has declared to be a scientific engagement platform. Dear students and actually guests and colleagues, we are really thrilled to gather here today as a third day of our research day to engage, share the innovative research and scholarly work being conducted by our guests, our students, our researchers in general. A platform of this nature is a showcase of the cutting-edge research happening within our institution. And we are excited to share this kind of findings with the broader community. Remember with me, any platform of this nature is about sharing the findings and the work that you've been doing. It also opens opportunity to engage and also assist in terms of improving, perhaps for future publications. So a university or a faculty, by design, is actually a platform for, one, promote new ideas, promote new knowledge, also promote engagement in a way that you become critical and also develop new frameworks. We have observed that during the past 2 days that the researchers shared their work, while other work is still work on progress. We have seen that this research day became a platform for all researchers to receive feedback and engage in meaningful discussion with peers and experts. We hope that this event will inspire collaboration, spark new ideas, and foster a culture of innovation within our faculty that also involve, the communities. Throughout this day, we are going to hear from researchers. We are going to listen to presentations, and the program director indicated that some are multidisciplinary in nature. Some are also cutting across critical issues that needs solution, not just for the country alone, but for Africa. We will also have that opportunity through the tea breaks to engage further and get some expertise and insight, because the time that you may be here may be very limited. So feel free to enrich your own paper or the research that you'll present here by taking the advantage of the breaks that are scheduled today. I'm not giving a speech. I'm trying to say, colleagues, it's a third day. It has been a marathon, but we're still going to navigate this day. We do not know what is in store for us in the evening, if there's something that will happen. But before we begin, I would like to also extend my words of appreciation to the organizing team, but in particular, the reviewers of those abstracts, that is the scientific, committee, and all those who worked tirelessly to make sure that this event for the third day become a success. Your efforts have been invaluable, and we are grateful for your dedication. I think this morning I just passed by the desk there, and Kiliana actually was very generous and borrowed me the jacket so that I look nice here. And I also gave them the invoice for the professional service that I'm rendering now. As I'm coming from a business school, nothing for free. In that note, thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, Professor Mokoena. I think he deserves another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Fun fact, the Turfloop Graduate School of Leadership is within the top business schools in South Africa. So we can be proud that we have a very, very robust business school. Ladies and gentlemen, moving along, we will go for a group photo where the program director of group photos will lead us in organization there. But before we get there, just some small housekeeping. Immediately, we are done with the group photo. We start with our breakaway sessions. We are having Prof. Sifoka in chairing this session, and then we will also have Prof. Rachidi in the parallel session too. Before I say anything further, I see the boss is here. It's time to end the money. Okay. Hey, Prof. Mokwena, I think your employment has been, in the other department, has been revoked. I've just been advised that since there are no delegates, no keynote speakers, rather, we will not have the group photo for today. Immediately from here, we will break away in our various sessions. And to try and recover some time, we will not have a formal tea break. When it is time for tea, those that feel the urge to grab a cup of coffee or tea can just come out of the venue and grab a cup, and you can have a working tea. We are trying to recover the time. And lunch, instead of being 1 hour, is going to be 45 minutes. In that vein, we will be able to recover time and make up for the lost presentations. So, ladies and gentlemen, be that as it may the proceedings of the day commence. Thank you. Prof. Sifoka, the stage is yours.
Approximately, we can just take few questions, maybe 3 or so. Okay. That's really some right? Because if they are there, here, they will have to see. So check it, get the slides, yeah, madam. Get your one. because you will be here also. Oh, okay. No, it's fine. It's okay. Colleagues, good morning. I am Sefoka. I'm tasked to chair this morning session by the FML. All protocols observed, colleagues. In the interest of time, I would not waste much of your time this morning. I'll just shoot straight to the business of the day. Colleagues, I'm provided with a list of presenters, which I assume that you also have. But then it's a slight change in the names as they appear in the program of today. So we are to follow the one that I have here with me. By so saying, I mean there are those that which I'm reliably informed that they were requested to send their presentations, which they did not, and as such they are not on the list. So you might be surprised, or don't be surprised if you know you'd be presenting as the 5th presenter, only to find that I call you first. Now, our first presenter in this session will be Mudimu KS. And the second one will be Moremi. I just want to call them so that they prepare, they know which one they will be following. And from there, we will jump to Matsita RM, Mailula, in that order. But I will be reminding them in the process. Now, the rules have not changed. Presenters, of course, will be given 15 minutes each. And from the 15 minutes, yours is 10 minutes, and the other 5 is for questions and comments. The boss has actually requested me that we are working against time so that this venue will be prepared for your gala dinner this evening. So we must be mindful of the time. So whenever you are presenting here, when you see me coming close to you, you need to know that you have to be fast, because time will not be on your side. And there's a screen for those who have not been here for the past 2 days. Down there, you'll be looking on that screen. But if you happen not to be looking there, you must at least be able to see me coming your way. You must now know that your time has actually elapsed. Now, can we have Mudimu KS as our first presenter, if he is here? All right, thank you, colleagues. We apologize profusely because we happened not to find her slides on the system, but we are attending to that. In the interest of time, can we have the next speaker or the presenter, Moremi P, if you are here?
Thank you, Program Director. I thought I guessed this morning that I might be the first, and I know it was going to happen. And thank you, Prof. Mokoena. In your opening remarks, you said we need to try and revive the energy. And unfortunately, I don't see the DJs around. I wanted to dance for a very popular song. It's a Lokompo song. I'm not sure if you are familiar with it, Prof. Sang by a lady called Chandesh. And if I were to quote it in English, it goes like, I'm not sure if I'm slender or chubby or fatty, but I seem to be gaining weight every day. And if you were to translate it in Sepedi, it says, I get the word slender or judana, but you can charge. And on that note, thank you very much, colleagues. My presentation goes like the effectiveness of public-private partnership in addressing the socio-economic challenges in the African continent, particularly in South Africa. My name is Petros Moremi. You can see from the student number that I'm an ancestor of this varsity. I've been here for quite some times. I'm at Teflop Graduate School of Leadership, EduPark. I'm doing my final year Master's in Development Planning and Management, commonly known as Development Studies, supervised by Professor Christopher Berman. And one of the things that motivated me to pursue this topic today was that during my years of working with NGOs across the province, I observed a lot of very beautiful infrastructure projects along the province, particularly in your Beggarsford mining communities, but also working closely with the practitioners of social development. They call them community development practitioners. I also observed community development projects that were established and employment opportunities that were created along with the PPP, and also capacity building programs initiated between government and the private sector to cap the issue of skills and challenges in the country. I'm currently working with the Coca-Cola Polokwane plant, and I know we have a lot of learnership programs that are catered by the Department of Labor for stipend, but at Coke, they were scattered around different lines for skill development. So if I were to produce Coke now, I will do so if there were chemicals around, but unfortunately. Background: historically, the traditional role of the state was mainly to provide the public goods and services to the society. And then the demand and the complexity of the public needs fostered a need for the involvement of the private sector to stimulate economic growth, reduce government deficit, and to produce better infrastructure solutions. The public-private partnership model was introduced as a long-term collaborative effort between the state and the private sector to provide services in an efficient manner. So historically, yes, it was government alone who was mandated to deliver public services, and is still the responsibility today. But then along the way, there was a call made for the private sector to come in to ensure that they boost or they assist government in providing such particular services. your water, your roads infrastructure, and many other services. History told us that the government of the United States and Asia expanded their investment in infrastructure through partnership with private entities to cope with economic crisis of 2008, together with other countries along the Latin America. In Southwest Nigeria, locally in Africa, the public-private partnership was recommended for a successful delivery of the housing project. And I know, again, apart from Nigeria, there was also a power plant project that was successfully completed and established through public-private partnership in Ghana. And then, to that note, public-private partnership formed the basis of the South African National Infrastructure Plan 2025. I think many of the government departments today are engaged into this particular model, but history also support that public-private partnership formed the basis of this. In South Africa, public-private partnership formed the basis of South African National Infrastructure Plan for this year, 2025. And then the purpose of the abstract today is to assess the effectiveness of public-private partnership in addressing the socio-economic challenges in the African continent, particularly South Africa. Then the design, methodology, and data analysis. I adopted qualitative research method for this study, and I chose my participants using purposive sampling, and the composition goes like 10 participants, where I chose local NGOs, ward councillor, the school principal. There were also 3 community members involved. There were also key informants in the process, which included the representative of DSD, Department of Social Development in Capricorn, and also one official from CEDA. And then I was using semi-structured interview telephonically to conduct data with participants. Data was analyzed using thematic analysis, and all due processes were followed, which included data familiarization, generalization of codes, searching of themes, naming, and also definition of themes before the writing of reports. Responses were transcribed, and similar ideas were clustered together and refined into theme, as I have said. And the themes that emerged from the data was advanced infrastructure. Many people agree that yes, PPP has brought about advanced infrastructure, state of art, if you may say, economic development in the form of job creation and economic growth in particular, and also other respondents mentioned lack of information as a challenge. Findings, majority of respondents indicated that PPP has brought about advanced infrastructure, as I have said. PPP has yielded better results in relation to reporting and accountabilities in government. Community members indicated that some projects are left incomplete and no one tells them why such a particular project are left incomplete. So it raises the issue of lack of information as a challenge. Key ways that came out strongly was service delivery, partnership, economic development, empowerment, and accountability. And some of the recommendations that we made was issues of stakeholder engagement, anti-corruption measures. We want to see people who commit crime to account and pay for their crimes. We want to ensure that we want to see legal and regulatory framework taking the center stage to ensure that there is a continuous partnership in the PPP, and also there must be a need for transparency so that communities are fully involved. These are the list of references for the study. I see the program director is already standing. And then thank you for your time, audiences.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moremi, for your presentation. I would now take questions, but it is my plea from the audience that we are building here. Let's rather assist with comments as opposed to too much questions. Not that we need not ask questions. It is also my sincere and humble request that if it's a question, let it be a direct question. Don't give us background or a kind of a scenario. Let it be a direct question. Thank you very much. I will now take hands for comments and questions, if any. By a show of hands, do we have a roving mic, perhaps? I don't see any hand as of now. Hands? Okay. There's one hand here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm all for PPPs, right? But we're having a lot of issues with private companies, particularly mines, not wanting to collaborate directly with our districts or our provinces because there's a lot of corruption. And I heard you talk about anti-corruption measures. And my question is, with the issues raised, particularly with NPAs and all these parastatals that are actually supposed to be holding our politicians accountable and the public in and of itself, what are some of the innovative ways you would suggest this anti-corruption measures should be conducted or carried out? Thank you.
Yes, you can come and I didn't see any other hand. I would assume it's only one.
Thank you very much for that question. You are correct that I think I also mentioned that cases are not ending anywhere in my presentation, and you are very right. You can also see with the current national security issue, there's a commission going on, but our hope is maybe this time, because many commissions failed to give us the end results. So we also believe that with this one, from the national security point, we will see the result. But to answer your question, I will also recommend that there must be monitoring mechanisms of some sort so that proper follow-ups can be made. And the reason I'm saying this is we only hear of these things when they emerge, but very few can get the end result of how did such disappears. So I would recommend that let us have a constructed process, a constructed legal process of undertaking all these matters that have to do with investigation from end to the last stage, so that whoever the perpetrator can pay the price and can be exposed. By that way, I can assure, or I can suggest that whoever that was planning to follow the queue will withdraw. Thanks. I'm not sure if I've answered you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moremi. Can we appreciate him again with a round of applause? Can we now have the other presenter who was here, Ms. Modimo KS? Thank you. You may proceed.
Kgotsong le kae? My name is Khabo Wagamudimu. So today I'll be presenting my study titled Determinants of Behavioral Intention to Adopt Digital Marketing Within Small and Medium Enterprises, which is a case of Capricorn District Municipality in South Africa. The research purpose was to determine whether the determinants of behavioral intentions to adopt digital marketing within SMEs. Whether determinants of behavioral intentions to adopt digital marketing within SMEs that was based on the notion that comprehended drives that inhibited both owners and managers from embracing fourth industrial revolution. I was guided by the adoption of digital marketing for empowering SMEs to better understand, to reach, and to serve their customers, directly leading to higher satisfaction, stronger relationships, and improved business performance. Moving to introduction and background, which we'll be looking at the benefits of digital marketing, challenges that are faced by SMEs. The emergence of fourth industrial revolution, which is characterized by technological advancement and digitalization, has changed the business landscape. SMEs are increasingly recognizing the importance of digital marketing. Digital marketing improves communication and the market interaction with potential and existing customers. It helps the business to have a competitive advantage over its competitors. The number of SMEs continue to increase yearly, and they need guidance to become the large enterprises. SMEs still face challenges such as skills, expertise, resource constraints, and poor marketing performance. So the problem to be addressed in this study is the lack of thorough knowledge and understanding of the factors that influence the behavioral intention to adopt digital marketing. To adopt digital marketing amongst SMEs and how it affects the entrepreneurial performance. Although SMEs are becoming aware of the benefits of digital marketing, there is a disconnection between the actual use and intentions to use digital marketing. This problem affects the entire department and the entire enterprises, which make it worthwhile understanding the impact of digital marketing on performance of SMEs. There have been effective solutions on digital marketing, such as creating website basic guide, creating professional visual and blog content, developing email marketing using social media channels, and partnering with local influencers. However, these intentions are not fully applied. So moving to a literature review, whereby I have the theoretical review, empirical review, and the conceptual framework. The theory that I chose was the theory of recent action, which was first introduced in 1967 by Martin Fishbein, and it was extended by Fishbein and Isaac Aitken in 1980. So this theory is significant because it understands the behavioral intention of SME owners or managers to adopt digital marketing, since it gives clarity on how attitudes and social influences shape intentional behavior, of which is at the center of digital marketing adoption decisions. So moving to our conceptual review, which shows the independent variables, predictor variables, and the dependent variable. In this case, my independent variables was entrepreneurial characteristics, which included the entrepreneurs as risk takers, entrepreneurs who have the strong communication and networking skills, who are creative and innovative, together with enterprise resources and enterprise characteristics, going to perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, which leads to the improved performance. Perceived ease of use is one of the most cited determinants of which reflect the degree to which SME owners or managers in Capricorn District Municipality believe that digital marketing will improve their entrepreneurial performance. Studies enhancing efficiency, sales, and visibility. The intention to adopt digital marketing increases. Perceived ease of use is also important. SMEs with limited technical skills may find it difficult to adopt complex tools. With this study, I used the non-probability sampling to select participants, and it considered a quantitative approach with a sample of 300 enterprises within Capricorn District Municipality, which consists of 4 local municipalities, which is Blowback Local Municipality, Molemole, Polokwane, and Lepelle Nkumpi. A multilinear regression was used to test the relationship between behavioral intentions to adopt digital marketing and the determinants of adoption. Of the digital marketing, such as enterprise characteristics, enterprise resources, and enterprise characteristics. Data was examined through diagnostic tests that included Cronbach Alpha for data reliability, Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, Shapiro-Wing test for validity, and data normality and descriptive statistics through normal distributions. So my results are as follows. The reliability of subscale was as following: 0.996, 0.994, 0.993, 0.993, and so on. The Kolmogorov-Smirnov, whereby the 95% significance level was used to test the relevance of the regression test, meaning that for the test to be acknowledged, p-value must be less than 0.05, and from my result, the significance level for all the variables was at less than 0.05, meaning that it was significant. So moving to my coefficients, from entrepreneurial characteristics, found that beta was negative 0.154, p-value of 0.017. It was negative but statistically significant because of the p-value, which is less than 0.05. Enterprise resources, which was positive and highly significant with R-squared of 0.986. Enterprise characteristics was negative but significant with a p-value of 0.002. Perceived ease of use was negative but not significant. Also, perceived usefulness was positive but not significant because the p-value was more than 0.05. So moving to main findings, there was a positive relationship between the internal characteristics being entrepreneurial characteristics, enterprise resources, and enterprise characteristics, and there was a negative relationship between perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, and behavioral intention to adopt digital marketing. So moving to conclusion. In conclusion, the adoption of digital marketing is influenced by enterprise characteristics, enterprise resources, and entrepreneurial characteristics. By understanding these key drivers, SMEs can better navigate the complexities of digital marketing and leverage its potential to enhance enterprise growth, improve competitiveness, and expand market reach as digital landscape continues to evolve. Recommendation for SMEs: that SMEs should prioritize the adoption of digital marketing as a strategic aid to improve customer engagement, market reach, and enhance competitiveness, and reduce the cost of advertising for policymakers and government is that policymakers should enhance support methods that encourage the adoption of digital marketing within SMEs. This can be achieved through providing financial support and training workshops. Government agencies that support SMEs can play a huge role in creating an awareness about the benefit that comes with digital marketing and offer technical assistance to SMEs that are based in rural and underdeveloped areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Mudimu. I would now take questions for Madam Mudimu. I'm informed, colleagues, that there are 2 mics on my right and also on my left-hand side. So if you see a hand just next to you, just try to move the mic towards that. Thank you so much. Questions or comments? I see 1 this side and 1 this side. It will only be that, and then because of time, colleagues. Yes, madam.
Thank you so much. That was quite eye-opening. I'm quite familiar with the topic because I think we're probably from the same discipline. But I got 2 questions that just raised my curiosity. The first one being, you mentioned a lot of characteristics. I was just wondering, in your findings, which specific characteristics were common with SMEs that maybe have adopted, and which characteristics were common for non-adoption, just to understand then what drives adoption or the non-adoption. And my last one, I don't know if it can be a question or a comment, in the sense that in your closing, you introduced SMEs in rural areas. So my comment is, if considering the target market, which are the consumers, if they're not that familiar with digital marketing, is it then still advisable for the SME to use digital marketing for a target market that is not in that space? Thank you.
Captured, right? Madam Mudimu, captured, right? Yes.
No, thanks very much. My name is Ernest. My question is, you said your sample size is 300 SMEs, and you said you used probability sampling, and we've got types of probability sampling: stratified, quota, systematic. How did you apply? Which one did you choose actually? Because you were generalizing to say you chose probability sampling. How did you apply that in practical reality?
Yes, you may reflect, Madam Mudimu.
The characteristics that, sorry, what was your question again, the first one?
Okay, no, I was just saying, with your entrepreneurial characteristics and enterprise characteristics, what exactly are those? Maybe they were in your questionnaire or something, just a few. Thank you.
For entrepreneurial characteristics, I had entrepreneurs who are risk takers, entrepreneurs with strong communication and networking skills, who are creative and innovative. For enterprise resources, I had human resources, financial resources, technological resources, knowledge and expertise. And for enterprise characteristics, I had the size and the sector of the enterprise, internet accessibility, and hierarchical decision making. So for the other question, for my brother's question, I did not use a probability sampling, but I used a non-probability sampling.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, can we also appreciate her again with a round of applause? We'll now move to the next presenter, Ms. Matseta RM. For this. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Greetings, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps I should correct the professor that I'm Mr. Matseta. I'm not Miss Matseta. But I think it was a genuine mistake. Be that as it may, colleagues, my name is Reginald Masilu Matseta. I am a second-year LLD candidate attached to the School of Law. The topic that I want to discuss with you today, it is styled the legal dilemma of the dual role of trade union representative, an employee's champion, or management bully. Now, the reason for, or rather the motivation for me to pursue this topic, it's simple. More often than not, colleagues, we tend to criticize the employer's conduct as opposed to the employee. So today I want us to zoom in that space. I want us to look at the conduct of employees who are exercising a dual role. In other words, employees who are also a shop steward. So this is really the motivation behind that. Now, with that said, colleagues, perhaps we need to understand trade unionism in order for us to then deal with the issue of shop steward. Now, I'm going to be very brief. Now, there are theoretical underpinnings as far as trade union is concerned, or the rationale behind the trade unions. Now, obviously, the establishment of trade union is to ensure that there is solidarity of workers. Workers are, speak in one voice collectively to advance and protect their own interest. And then when you look at the theory on Karl Marx, he deals with the theory, the general class struggle of the proletariat. He says the following quickly. He says that undivided labor is a weak labor. In other words, if we are scattered as employees, it becomes a problem. As a result of that, we need to be organized in order for us to match the power of the capital. Capital, in this case, being the employer. Now, you move from Karl Marx, then you go to Henry C. Smith. Henry C. Smith has a descending view. Well, not necessarily that he's descending, but he cautions us. Henry C. Smith appreciates the fact that we need to have trade unions, and he appreciates the fact that trade unions play an integral part in the struggle of workers. But this is what he says very interestingly. He says to us that the organization of labor can be problematic if it goes unchecked and unregulated. And then he akins that to a situation where you have bandits who hold an industry ransom so that they can collect bribe. So effectively, what Henry C. Smith was saying to us, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, was to say as much as we must have labor organized so that labor can speak in one voice, but it's a problem if it goes unregulated and unchecked, because under certain circumstances, we might see the misuse or the abuse of that power that is given unto them as a result of organized labor. Let us park then that aside. Let us quickly move to the constitutional and statutory framework so that we understand the protection that is afforded to shop stewards in terms of the Constitution as well as in terms of the legislation. Quickly, if you look at the LRA, the Labor Relations Act, perhaps before the LRA, let us start with the Constitution. The Constitution, Section 23, is very clear. It says that as an employee, you have the right to participate in the union of your choice, to also participate in the activities of that particular union. And then when you pack the Constitution, you then move to the LRA. The LRA Section 4 says now, you as an employee, you have the right to freedom of association, which in other words concretize what we've seen, or the provision of Section 23. In other words, it says that as an employee, you can participate, you can freely associate yourself with any union that you deem fit. You move a step further, you go to subsection 5 of section 5(2) of the LRA. It says that an employer cannot, on the basis that it cannot penalize you or victimize you on the basis that you want to partake in activities of a trade union of your choice. I'm saying this, colleagues, to paint a picture that says that as an employee, you are protected. As a shop steward, you are protected both constitutionally and legislatively. Now that we have established that, let us then perhaps move quickly to cases that, at least in my considered view, demonstrate the abuse that I purport shop steward commit in certain circumstances. You look at the case of Matloba versus Automotive. Now, in that case, briefly, this is what happened. They were a conflicting interpretation as it relates to a provision in a collective agreement which pertained to salary payment. Now, the shop steward had its own interpretation, and the management or the employer was saying, no, this is how it must be interpreted. And then as a result of that, Mr. Matoba, who was at the time a shop steward, involved in a heated argument with one HR manager called Ms. Bezenhout. Then in the heat of argument, Ms. Bezenhout actually claims that he has been assaulted. As a result of that, Mr. Matoba was dismissed. There's a case of Ingram. In the case of Ingram, quickly, this is what happened. There were effluxion or expiry of casual workers, contractual or contract of employment. Now, the union engaged the management, and the management did not want to renew that particular contract, and as a result of that, the union decided to lock the gate of the employer, and as a result of that, they were ultimately dismissed. And this is what the court says in both cases. They echo the very same sentiment. The court says that the fact that you are a shop steward, it doesn't mean that you are immune from the employer's discipline. In other words, by virtue of you being a shop steward, you are still expected to heed to the employer's lawful instructions. And they go further to say that that is not the fact that you have this dual role. It does not mean that you have a license to be confrontational. You don't have a license to engage the management in a manner that is unwarranted. Effectively, what they were saying is that as much as you are a shop steward, you must still ensure that you exercise your powers within the legal parameters. In law, we say one must not act ultra vires or beyond the scope of your mandate. Now, let us park that aside. I have demonstrated, at least in those two cases. Let us quickly look at the consequences that arises as a result of that. Now, obviously, you will be charged if you are a shop steward who is recalcitrant, who acts in an unwarranted manner. Obviously, the employer can say that there is breakdown of trust relationship based on that. Obviously, the employer can also submit that there is a intolerability of continued employment, and all those, by the way, they warrant a sanction of dismissal. Now, how do we then remedy the situation? Quickly, we need to firstly adopt the Canadian way. We need to, the principle of doctrine of vicarious liability, it's high time that we introduce it in the unions. In other words, if you are a shop steward, you misconduct yourself, thinking that because you are a shop steward, then you are covered, then we must effectively hold you liable. That's number one. On the other side, I'm thinking in terms of company law, we have a principle of piercing a corporate veil. which it's more or less similar to the principle of vicarious liability. The other recommendation is that there must be continuous training of shop steward. But importantly, I think it's time we impose criminal sanctions, especially shop steward who have incited violence and who have assaulted other people, or who have created an atmosphere that actually led to that. And then I speak about the gap that we see in the LRA. Quickly, in the LRA, there are two provisions which are conflicting. Section 67, there is a provision in the LRA that says if you want to engage in the industrial action, you must first have a secret ballot, right? But Section 67 says that even if you don't have the secret ballot, the action would not negate the protection of that industrial action. Effectively, this is what it means. It means as a shop steward, you can engage in industrial action without the permission of your constituency. And I am saying that is part and parcel of the problem that, in a way, create a conducive environment for shop steward to misbehave. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matseta. And my sincere apology for changing your gender. Sir. Thank you. Can we now take questions for Mr. Matseta? And comments, of course. I see one hand this side, this side. I think I only see one. All right. Yes, sir.
Morning, and thank you, Mr. Matseta, for a wonderful presentation. I don't know if whether I've missed the point on the main aim of your study, even the novelty of your study. Please clarify on that. I don't know if I've missed it.
Your reflection, Mr. Matseta.
Thank you. The question is the aim of my study. Well, the study actually investigates the problematic dual role that shop steward exercise. You would know that if you are a part-time shop steward, it means you are also an employee, right? Now, the law says that when you are a shop steward, you can engage management, you are given latitude, so to say, to engage management on an equal footing. And at the same time, you are expected to heed to the lawful instruction of the employer because you are still an employee. So there is that, conflicting or abuse of that role of being a shop steward, where you see a person thinking that because they are a shop steward, then they have a latitude to behave in any way that they so deem fit. I don't know if I'm making sense to you.
Yeah, you can leave. Thank you so much, colleagues. I think we are doing pretty much well with regards to time. Can we now have Mailula MM, and he or she will be followed by Mosala KG. Mailula, if you are here. Mailula is not here. We would assume that he is not here. Can we now have as our next presenter, Mosala KG? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I greet you all and thanks for this opportunity to come and present my research with you. The topic of my research is assessing the impact of market capitalization and interest rates on economic growth in South Africa. So for your better understanding of what is going to be said, I would ask you to allow me to first break down the topic. The market capitalization in this topic speaks to the size and the depth of our stock market, and the interest rate captures the cost of borrowing. This presentation provides the overview of the research project that investigate the influence of market capitalization and interest rates on economic growth in South Africa. Why did I choose this model? These variables, as we all know that economic growth to date is still the topic of debate among the researchers, economists, and politicians who have different view on different variables that contribute and that hinders the economic growth. And these studies focuses mainly on market capitalization and interest rate, because they represent the dual engines of the economic expansion and economic growth, and the impact of interest rate on this growth, and also to test if there is causal relationship between the variables. Now, with that context in mind, I will walk you through to my research, beginning with the background. South Africa, like many other developing economies, face structural challenges and inequalities, and the significance of these variables. They say that market capitalization support the resilience during economic shocks such as COVID-19, said the stated researcher, and the interest rates are pivotal monetary tools for managing inflation and stability, affecting both the macro and micro decisions under the study. So it is essential to understand the link between these variables, because the financial markets are, forgive me, now moving to the literature review, the literature review of this research is divided into two sections, the theoretical and the empirical, and as stated that it is based on the two important theories, which is finance-led growth model and the monetarist theories. The finance-led growth, which is developed by Joseph Shamta in 1911, which emphasizes the importance of financial markets in promoting economic growth by providing access to capital for entrepreneurship and innovation. It further posits that the well-developed financial system can facilitate economic growth by mobilizing savings, evaluating projects, managing risk, and facilitating transaction as well as credit creation. And the monetarist theories developed by Milton Friedman and Anna Schwartz in 1963, which treats the money supply as the primary driver of economic activity, and that the government should focus on monetary policy to stabilize the economy. So according to this theory, interest rates contribute to economic growth by influencing the money supply and the aggregate demand. In this regard, the lower interest rate makes borrowing to be cheap, hence increasing the spending and investment, and conversely, higher interest rate reduces spending and investment. So, yes, I also took note of the empirical framework from the stated researchers who also assessed the relationship between South Africa's growth rate and the fiscal and monetary policies, and their findings, they found that there is positive co-integration between fiscal policy and economic growth. And on the other side, they found no co-integration between monetary variables such as official exchange rate, inflation rate, which is of my interest in the study, the interest rate, which also of interest in my study, and the M3 money supply with the economic growth. And their co-integration, their pairwise causality test showed the unidirectional causality flowing from GDP to inflation. And the other study here also analyzed the impact of market capitalization on employment in South Africa. They used the finance augmented solo model, and they found that the market capitalization here had a significant positive effect on economic growth, while unemployment had the detrimental effect. Moving on to the research methodology, the analysis utilizes the secondary annual data series from 1994 to 2022. And I chose this period because it covers the entire span of the post-apartheid economic restructuring, and sourced from the World Bank Development Index and the South African Reserve Bank, focusing on the market capitalization and interest rate as the dependent variables. And I introduced the inflation and capital formation as the control variables to regress the economic growth as the independent variables. And how I specified my model, I actually analyzed the relationship using the linear relationship adopted from the neoclassical growth model, which states that the economic growth is the function of capital, labor, and technical processes. As you can see in the equation 1, and in equation 2, I assigned my variables to the model, and then equation 3 show the clear picture of the model, that is GDP equals to constant plus beta 1, market cap, beta 2 and inflation, and GFCF, which is the gross fixed capital formation, the proxy of capital formation. And here the beta stays for constant, and I also included the error term to stand for the variables that are not considered, which also might have the impact on economic growth, but I chose not to consider in this model because I only wanted to focus on the stated variables. Now, before I regress the model, I'm going to test for stationarity of the model, if they have stable statistical properties, using the augmented Dickey-Fuller test and the Phillips-Perron. And after that, I'm going to test for long-term relationship using the bounce test, for co-integration using the bounce test, and the model diagnosis to check for misspecification and if the residuals are well specified. Now, the stability also, and the Granger causality to test if the variables Granger cause each other. And my results here show that the ADF shows that the GDP is stationary at level, therefore I didn't need to difference it. Market cap was only stationary at first difference with trend, and other variables were stationary at first difference with trend, intercepts, and without trends and intercept. And the Phillips-Perron shows that GDP is still stable at level, and all other variables are stationary at first difference with their trends, intercepts, and none. And the co-integration showed me the evidence of long-run relationship among all the variables, and then with that, that gave me a go ahead to do the ECM, which is the error correction model, and the co-inter-Q is negative, shows that with the shocks, the model converged to equilibrium, and their probability is significant.
Thank you so much, Madam Musala, for that presentation. I would now take questions and comments. I see one, this side. Okay, it's only one. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam. Very interesting presentation. I think it's something that is topical given the current issues to do with economic growth and unemployment. And I think you can further this to NQF level 9. Just to put it out there to clarify, your market capitalization, it's either JSE or the World Bank data one. Did you focus on the World Bank data one only and not looked at the JSE one? Thank you.
Your reflections, ma'am.
Yes, I focused on the World Bank one because my data is a capitalization of only listed domestic companies.
Thank you very much for that appreciation. You go this side, madam. Can we now have Ramaliba B? Okay. Thank you so much. You have the platform.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Blessing Ramariba. I am a Master of Laws candidate specializing in public law with strong interest in governance. The title of my study is The Impact of Corporate, Political, and Social Forces on the South African Legislative Process. I am going to say it again. The impact of corporate, political, and social forces on the South African legislative process. Mr. Ramariba, why the impact of corporate, political, and social forces on the South African legislative process? Someone in the audience wonder. I am a very patriotic individual. I love my country. I can take a bullet for my country right now, right here, no question asked. When I see our legislative process being unduly influenced and the people who have entrusted with our institutions are facilitating and enabling this, that is just something that breaks my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, the legislative process is the cornerstone of our democracy. It is the process through which laws are created, amended, and repealed. In our country, this process is grounded by the constitutional principles of accountability, transparency, and public participation. However, in recent years, there has been a growing concern that corporate entities, political authority, and social forces are influencing the legislative process in ways that might undermine democratic principles. Influence in itself is not wrong. We live in a democratic society. Every stakeholder should have a say on the laws that govern them. However, here in South Africa, this influence is happening behind closed doors and with minimum regulation. Now that is just a breeding ground for capture and corruption. Even though it may not be comprehensive, South Africa do have legal and governance framework that minimize this influence. Number one is our constitution. The doctrine of separation of power and the requirement of public participation try to minimize this influence. With public participation, it's literally a mechanism through which people of the public are required to put input in the legislative framework when legislation is being made. And the doctrine of separation of power, even though the Constitution does not explicitly say it, it is embedded in the allocation of authority on the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. We also have key statutory framework minimizing this influence. Number one is the Political Party Funding Act, which was enacted to regulate the donation in our political parties. We have the Promotion of Access to Information Act, where members of the public or anyone can request information in order to exercise a right, and that information can be held by the state or private institution. We also have the Executive Members Ethics Act, which is promulgated by the president. He is required to promulgate an executive ethics code that members of the executive councils, ministers, cabinet members must abide by. Those legislative framework does not act alone. They are supported by institutional oversight. Number one is Chapter 9 institution. We have the Public Protector, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Auditor General. Of course, we cannot overlook Parliament's internal structures, in particular parliamentary committees. Those who watch the Parliament channel will agree with me that the parliamentary committees are doing their best in trying to oversight this public institution and conduct of those officials. And lastly is civil society and the media. Many civil society organizations are litigating in order to promote transparency, access to information, and public participation rights. And the media is doing its best into exposing misconduct, and those findings of the media, civil society organizations then use them when they litigate. In order for us to come up with reforms, we must know the mechanism these entities are using to influence the legislative process. Corporate entities are using what we call corporate political activity. Corporate political activity is when corporate entities are engaging with politicians or anything that has got to do with politics. Mainly, it is political donations. Our politicians, they really love them donations. And then it is lobbying. Lobbying is when corporate entities are putting input when the legislative process in order to derive the legislative outcomes that favors them. Then political authority exercise what we call cadre deployment and political patronage. Cadre deployment is when people of a political party are being deployed into positions of higher institution. Then is political patronage, where loyalists to a political parties receive rewards such as tenders and whatnot. Social forces influence the legislative process through public participation, mass mobilization, and protests. Civil society advocacy and strategic litigation is also playing a very important role. Now that we have gone through the legal and governance framework regulating this influence, and have also recognized the gap, recognized the mechanism this institution are using to influence our legislative process, it is now time we recognize these gaps and challenges. And I, for one, find them to be very concerning. There are inconsistent enforcement of ethics laws. There is limited transparency in lobbying, as here in South Africa. We don't have a public lobbying register or a lobbying act that regulates these lobbying activities. Political funding, even with the Political Party Funding Act, is still full of loopholes. Oversight bodies are facing challenges when it comes to capacity, limited resources, and independence issues. Civil society engagement is still under-resourced and is often fragmented, which often lead to lacking capacity required to have effective contribution. Public participation by the legislature is being treated as a formality instead of a substantive input. Now, this influence have very serious implications. Number one, this influence is undermining the constitutional values. Law tends to reflect the need of the few instead of the public good. Cadre deployment and patronage lead to corruption, and this erases public trust. And when public trust is erased, then compliance with the laws will suffer. Mass mobilization, though corrective, it often leads into reactive legislation. Now, the recommendation is to enhance our lobbying regulation. We need to have a lobbying act. Political party funding, we need to reduce the threshold amount and those exemptions. Transparency should be promoted as well as public participation. Thank you. This marks the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramaliba. It is now time to take bullets in the form of questions and comments for Mr. Ramaliba. I see one. It appears you will only owe 2 second bullet. Yes. Yes. Yes, Prof.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Blessing, for your good presentation. So factually speaking, what does your research point to? Does it point to a captured legislative arm of government by these forces that you've listed? So basically, what are the conclusions of your research on this point?
You can come here, sir. Yes. It must be directed to the gun.
I am still busy with the dissertation itself, but it does point into state capture, along with the Zondo Commission's finding of then. State capture is not easily solved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, one can see the passion that you have for this topic. If you had to recommend from an ethical perspective or point of view, what can be done differently? Thank you.
At first, I will recommend self-reflection. The people that are being trusted with our public institution should take it upon themselves to say, this is corrupt activities, I'm not going to engage with them. This certain individual that I work with is engaging on corrupt activities, I'm going to take a step and report such. What I recommend is accountability on the individuals themselves. That is something that I think will be the most effective. Thank you.
Before you go, you must get his last shot. I think he has got time now.
Okay.
Yes,
you still have, Mr. Ramaliba, you still have 2 minutes to receive some bullet.
Yeah.
I see Prof want to shoot more. Please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you very much, in as much as you can take many bullets for the country. My question is, to a certain extent on your responses, you are saying it's work on progress. Now, I'm asking myself, how do you get to conclusions, get to recommendations, unless then the study is too advanced? You're just now actually wrapping up. Because unless you give me an education for free, because at the end, you will not want to dilute what you're going to get from what you are doing to start recommending and concluding while the study is on. Thank you very much.
I have done some preliminary finding, which is mostly based on investigative journalism, and also on those proceedings that we see of mostly Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation and the appreciation from the audience. I'm convinced that indeed you can take some bullets. Can we have our next presenter, Rabuliba NR?
Good morning. My name is Rabuliba Nakedi Ruth, and I am a Masters of Law candidate, and the topic of my study is the effect of mobile money regulation in promoting financial inclusion. It's going to be a comparative analysis. My supervisor is Prof. MG van Niekerk. So I am going to start with an analogy. Imagine living in a community or maybe a background that does not have access to basic needs, your water, service delivery. And on top of everything that you're facing, you don't even have access to financial services. So my study is going to focus on poor people because they are the ones that are mostly financially included. So factors that affect them that are leading to this financial exclusion are geographical isolation. They are in so remote places that they don't have access to these, or they don't know how to get to these financial institutions. They earn so little income that they don't even qualify to open a bank account. They lack in financial literacy and the other factors that I have listed on my screen. Also, I'm going to focus on the vulnerable individuals. These individuals are the ones that do not have access to these financial services. They are unbanked and they are underserved. So I have employed the doctrinal research methodology. I am analyzing legislations, case laws, textbooks, journals, and reports. Then my objectives, I am going to analyze the key factors that contributed to the success of the mobile money platform, M-Pesa, in Kenya, and what led to the failure of this platform in South Africa. Also, I am going to investigate and compare the mobile money regulatory frameworks that were employed in Kenya and the ones that were employed in South Africa. So, mobile money. So, mobile money is the use of a cell phone to make transactions, store money without using a bank account. A bank account is not needed to access the banking tools and the services. So, this platform can help bridge the gap between financial exclusion and financial inclusion, and my study is going to tell you how. So, in a lot of countries, such as Kenya, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, mobile money has been adopted, and it has thrived. And my study, I am going to compare South Africa and Kenya because Kenya is the one that started with this platform. So what had happened in Kenya was Safaricom, a telecommunication or a network provider, introduced this platform and Safaricom introduced this platform and gave services and allowed people to use banking entities services without going to a bank. So Kenya used a operator-led model, which is a model that allowed Safaricom to have total control over the platform without less to none bank involvement. So the bank did not necessarily come in and regulate as much as it was regulated in South Africa. So what happened in South Africa was Vodacom adopted this platform and then it tried to introduce it to South Africa. So South Africa over-regulated this platform. They used the bank-led model, wherein the bank was the one that was keeping the money and the Vodacom, being a telecommunication, was the one that was facilitating the model. So this was because Section 11 of the Banks Act says that in order to conduct bank entity activities, you are supposed to be registered as a bank. So Vodacom was not a bank and is not a bank. So Vodacom was supposed to either apply for a license to become a bank, which proved to be a long process, or two, was supposed to partner with a bank. So what Vodacom did was partner with Nedbank in order to facilitate this platform. So Nedbank, being a bank, has laws, or the laws that are governing banks in South Africa. And some of them are the ones listed in FICA, the Financial Institution Center Act, and the National Payment Systems Act, wherein they say that you are supposed to know your customer. Your customer is supposed to produce documentation. They're supposed to prove their identity and provide proof of income and proof of residence. So in doing so, the underserved and unbanked and the poor people did not have access to some of these documents, which hindered their access to these services. So what I am recommending, sorry for putting proposed solutions, it's recommendations. I am saying, with the current reintroduction of M-Pesa in South Africa, let there be less to no regulation of the model, of the platform, and continue still using the bank-led model and focusing mainly on the operator side of it. They should also allow non-banking entities such as Vodacom to facilitate this platform without being subjected to banking laws. Also, create a regulatory framework that governs mobile money services separate from the ones that are in the Banks Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that presentation. Can we now take questions and comments? I see 1, 2, this side, 3. Yes, in that order, please.
Thank you very much. Beautiful, interesting study, and I think even outside of this forum, we can dialogue on a few things. Mobile money is relevant. If you cross the borders, you see how impactful it is out there. From a FATF perspective, since South Africa was at some point grey listed, do you think there could be a risk if mobile money is fully implemented in South Africa? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much for the wonderful presentation. Mine, I think, is just a suggestion. Looking at the fact that as you were presenting, you highlighted that the poor, right, they sometimes don't get those access to mobile money services. I was also recommending that you check on the side of the network infrastructure, because most of the poor people, they are located in rural areas where network is a challenge. So we can also advocate for them to have access to such services. But if we do not ensure that they have access to those infrastructures, that will ensure that they have strong network connectivity, we might still not fully achieve the issue of the accessibility of those mobile money services to the poor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There was one question this side, if I'm not mistaken.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yes.
Moremi. Thanks, Ms. Rabudiba, for the presentation. I think my question is more related to the first speaker with regard to the risk involved. You will remember currently with your Capitec Bank, the biggest majority shareholder currently, that services the rural poor. There's been some reports week in, week out that Capitec is scammed every day. However, it is the only bank that accommodates the majority on the ground. And that in itself is a risk. So one can also imagine if you were to bank online and you are depositing to even someone you don't even see, or receiving to someone you don't even see. So yeah, it's a sensitive issue on its own, but very interesting when you look at it from a time-saving point of view and many other interesting stuff. But maybe my question will be, what are some of the potential risks that you know of that can be avoided to make this model very effective?
Okay, you can come and reflect now.
Okay, thank you for the questions and the comments. The risk that I have realized in while I was busy doing this research is the risk of money laundering. I've realized that this model is just calling the corruption in money laundering. I've realized that a lot, because of lack of documentation, a lot of people will not see the need to use other ways to be creative in laundering their money. They're going to use this model. So that's the risk that I've realized, and I'm trying to see which legislations and try to research further and engage with my supervisor on how we can actually try to find solutions to mitigate this risk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Rabudiba. Can we now have our next presenter, Mola LD?
Internet connectivity, ne? Ladies and gentlemen, standing before you, it's the only guy born with the privilege to be called doctor. With that being said, name is Dr. Mola, and I'll be presenting a piece of technology that I call it the AgriRise, however, contextualized into a study titled Developing a Capable Digital Enabler for Emerging Farmers. This is an innovation-driven approach to empowerment and local economy, focusing particularly on Greater Tzaneen farmers. I'm a master's candidate under the Department of Development Planning and Management in my second year. Many of you would agree with me that agriculture serves as the cornerstone for our local economies, mostly dominated by emerging farmers. With the term emerging farmers referring to smallholder and subsistence farmers, whom are often farming on a smaller pieces of land. Despite their contributions such as local food security, local employment generation, and overall poverty reduction, emerging farmers face a huge challenge, which is digital divide. We live in a world that is continuously enhancing in terms of the technology, which is why this digital divide is a huge problem for the emerging farmers. This problem also leads to any other problems such as limited market to access, poor financial literacy and planning, lack of digital awareness, and weak support services, ultimately leading to low productivity and economic exclusion. It is due to these reasons that this study intends to explore the development of a digital enabler or tool aiming to empower emerging farmers whom are farming in the region of Greater Tzaneen. The study adopted a systematic literature review, combining it with the comparative analysis of agri-techs, as well as the technology acceptance model and diffusion of innovation theory. The theoretical underpinnings of the study are based on the technology acceptance model, which looks into the perceived usefulness and the ease of use to drive technology adoption. With the perceived usefulness talking to the belief that the proposed technologies will improve one's performance or rather help them achieve their goals. While ease of use believes that the technology should be effortless to use and learn. Diffusion of innovation theory is also adopted for its 5 pillars that are relative towards ensuring that whatever technology model that is proposed, it should be easy to use and have a huge impact, which is the positive one. This framework is adopted for its ability to ensure adoption readiness. With that being said, the global literature shows that digital agriculture enhances efficiency, resilience, and market access. With most commonly used tools, which are normally GPS-controlled machineries, drones, IoT sensors, and data analytics. It is stated that adoption is often by well-resourced farmers who have access to internet connectivity. As Mr. Netengwa has said, it's a problem. So this one, it's often adopted by farmers who have access to internet connectivities and less training needs. However, in Africa, it is shown that the mobile and web-based digital solutions are less adopted due to high cost and lack of accessibility, with uneven adoption resulting from poor connectivity infrastructure, high data costs, and power outages. It is also stated that young and educated farmers tend to adopt this model faster than the old and less educated farmers. This AgriRise was compared to already existing digital tools, which one was developed in Kenya, which is referred to as the M-Farm, which provide real-time market prices and link farmers to buyers. While the other one was developed in Ghana, which provide weather and market alerts via SMSs and notification, while another one was developed in Nigeria and now adopted in South Africa, which is Hello Tractor, also known as Uber for tractors, which helps that farmers are able to share resources. Another one was developed in South Africa, which is known as Kula, which ensures integration of resources, financing, and as well as market linkages. Research has shown that these platforms have significant impact on the agricultural landscape, as one study based in Kenya has shown that Kenyan farmers were able to double their earnings due to the use of the M-Farm platform. Following is the AgriRise review based on literature and comparing it with the other digital solutions. With the literature, there's an identified need or problems that show that market access and linkages, it's a huge gap due to majority of farmers having limited to almost no access to buyers and markets. With the AgriRise in place, this platform will be providing features that will enable farmers to link with buyers and markets. Another problem, or rather the need that was identified, was agronomic information and access, as this was a partial gap due to the fact that the general information about weather forecasts, crop tips, and other farming practices, it's there on the internet. However, it lacks context specific. With AgriRise in place, it will allow farmers to be able to store data that is context specific to their farming practices. Furthermore, another problem was networking and community, which is a huge gap, as literature proves that majority of the farmers operate in isolation, therefore leading to everlasting struggles. With this platform in place, it is going to ensure that the farmers come together, share their resources and any other information that can help them improve. Last but not least is the financial tracking options and credit access. We all know that to operate a farm or any other business of some sort, we need money, and farmers tend to lack such. Therefore, this will able to be providing access to funds which the government and other departments are already providing to these farmers. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the findings of the study are as follows. Digital literacy and connectivity appeared as one of the findings due to its problem, as farmers do not have access to these things. Another thing is digital access to information, community and peer. As I've already addressed these things, for the sake of time, I'm gonna skip to almost the last slide, where in the AgriRise is an innovative, inclusive, empowering tool which need to be co-created with the farmers in order to ensure local context specific and cultural relevance. Before the presenters, the program directors stand up, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you the AgriRise, which is supposed to be displayed on the screen. This is the digital tool that I'm talking about. And with this being said, I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, dig deep into your pockets. Let's negotiate partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Mola, for your presentation. We will now take questions and comments for you. Questions, comments from the floor? Okay, I see one. This this side, one this side. Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. This is amazing. I'm really excited. I just wanted to find out what stage of development you're at with the platform, and then we'll talk a little bit more after this.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Mola. I don't always raise a hand for no reason. I either assist where I pick a gap or recommend something, but I think I spoke to this matter on Tuesday on some of the students presenting outdated references, especially on literature review. And I'm wondering if you were to submit to TREC, it's so painful that you wait for so long and to be rejected for something like an outdated referencing. So this is one area that I'm asking you to work on, especially on literature. Kenya 2008, and I think I picked something like 2070 or so, if I'm not wrong. 2008, I was still a final undergrad student at UL, 2008. You can imagine how many authors came in from 2008 till maybe 2020 to talk about the same matter. Otherwise, the content is good. So just go and fix your referencing. And you must always refer to UL postgraduate manual. That's why I always advise students. We have that particular tool online, wherever. It will guide you on the current referencing style you must use. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Your reflections, Mr. Moore.
Okay, the first one being the stage of development. Well, what I did for now was to conceptualize and then develop a prototype. It's not the actual app already that is there ready to exist, but then the prototype is there, the planning, the construction of everything, it's there already. And then with references, noted, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. May we also appreciate him again with a round of applause. We will now welcome Mutli RM with his or her presentation.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for this wonderful privilege. My topic is the triad or the Triple P Partnership and Development Solutions for Africa. And I ask a question: how can business succeed in a failing society? In my introduction, I just would like you to know a little bit about me. I'm a human development practitioner, a community transformation facilitator, and a social justice activist for the past 3 decades. Transforming self and transforming society is my calling, my purpose, my vocation. I'm happy to say that on the 9th of September, just 2 days ago, this university awarded me my master's. And this is my topic: the role of human-centered development towards improving socio-economic conditions in Sterkrivier, Mogalakwena local municipality, South Africa. Let me also give gratitude to my supervisor, Dr. Mukwela. I don't see him in the room, but but I know that he was an amazing supervisor. And let me also thank this faculty, because my master's was actually done in this particular faculty. Thank you so much. As a development practitioner, I am passionate about the triple P, public, private, people partnerships as a game changer for development solutions. Hence the question, how can business succeed in a failing society? The triple P partnership has a direct bearing on the achievement of both the SDGs, which are your Sustainable Development Goals, and the National Development Plan Vision 2030, addressing the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. In my context, I looked at the importance of the triangulation of the triple P approach to advancing governance, innovation, and sustainable development. This paper then looks at how the triad approach and how it is the catalyst to strategic corporate social investment. The paper begins with the context of the demographics of the levels of poverty and inequality in South Africa. The demographics will help to situate the context of our provinces after 31 years of democracy. And I use the building blocks, the Sustainable Development Goals and the National Development Plan, and how it expands on the triple P approach. In my introduction, I would just like to highlight the Borgen Project, which is this picture, and it is the Borgen Project 2020, and this is a quote, "Poverty in South Africa remains a critical issue, with nearly half of the adult population living below the upper bound poverty line and significant inequalities exacerbating the situation." In addition, the World Bank 2025 states, South Africa has made significant strides in reducing poverty since 1994, but progress stalled after 2011. The lack of progress in reducing poverty and inequality since 2011 can be attributed to slow economic growth, fiscal challenge, significant infrastructure constraints, high crime, and a weak labor market. In my literature review, and I've already said this, I've touched on the origins of the Sustainable Development Goals that emerged in 2012, and then of course it started with the Millennium Development Goals, and then in 2015 to 2030, it evolved into the Sustainable Development Goals. I then quote the history from 2012, and I look at the United Nations 2015. I also then look at the origins of the National Development Plan, cited in the National Development Plan 2012, and I look at Guru 2025, who also talks about the analysis of the National Development Plan and what progress have we made in terms of that. And of course, the National Development Plan vision is to transform South Africa's economic landslide and deliver on its promises of prosperity and inclusive growth. Ladies and gentlemen, just 2 months ahead of the conference, there was an article, a real-world case study that was published, Eastern Cape, 3rd July, 2025, and titled Mercedes Cuts Jobs in Eastern Cape. And this is what has been cited as challenges. Poor logistics and weak government policies. There has been a loss of 83,000 jobs since the beginning of 2025. What does this mean in terms of the public-private people partnership? It means fewer work opportunities, less tax, less spending in local shops. This clearly depicts the implications and impact of the Triad Partnership. I used a mixed methods approach, and these were the results, and I will just read a summary of it. It says that it reflects that more than 50% of the adult population lives below the poverty line with large disparities and inequalities. I've made 6 recommendations. Firstly, the Triad Partnership is critical for the advancement of governance, innovation, and sustainable development. Collaboration largely contributes to the achievement of the SDGs and the NDP. Leveraging the resources through coordinated efforts will enhance poverty reduction, close the gap in inequality, and address unemployment. We cannot ignore the importance of policy reforms to creating an enabling environment for the flourishing of the Triad Partnerships. Of course, urgent dialogues, and I would love to encourage academia, which is contained in the NDP, to come along and have conversations with our president, because he was actually the chair of the National Development Plan, and I'm sure he will welcome our contributions. Buy-in from all stakeholders using a multi-sectoral, intergenerational, and multi-pronged approach. We must enter as a country into a new social compact. I would like to conclude my paper by saying that the paper clearly reflects the importance of the Triad approach to ensure that the public, private, people sectors, which is our citizens, all succeed, because business cannot succeed in a failing society. It is critical, according to Guru 2025, the success of the NDP ultimately hinges on its ability to translate the ambitious goals in the NDP into tangible improvements in the lives of all South Africans. These are my references, but before I leave the stage, just a week ahead of this significant annual research 10th conference, Ford announced that 470 jobs will be lost, and just 2 days ago, Goodyear Tire closed down. Ladies and gentlemen, as I leave the podium, I would like you to reflect on this, the importance of public, private, people partnerships. How can business succeed in a failing society? Thank you.
Madam Mutli, thank you very much for the thought-provoking presentation. We will now take questions. Questions and comment. I see one this side. This side? None. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mutli, and that was very constructive presentation. Thank you. My question is on your recommendations. You've noted that there is an urgent dialogue needed. Looking at the current government dialogues and what is happening, what are your strategies in terms of implementing or making sure that those dialogues are working towards eradicating this issue? Thank you.
You may come and reflect, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So what I have in my mind at the moment, and my own master's, is actually evaluating the National Development Plan. And so my intention is to use this academic document to say to the president that you developed with a team of people the National Development Plan. And as a university, we're coming to endorse that that plan is very good, but we can't see it being implemented. So I think it's going to work, and I hope it does work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the colleagues. We will now have our next presenter, Mayeneja RE. Mayeneja.
I had stage fright, burn some calories. If you see me sweat, please don't worry. My name is Refilwe, and my presentation is on the development of a framework for municipal international relationship to enhance I'll be presenting on the development of a framework for municipal international relations to enhance local economic development within BRICS, within Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, BRICS blocks. This study is motivated by the need to strengthen the municipal international relationship as a strategic tool for advancing LED. It actually emanates from my master's finding, which revealed that Pillar 4 of local economic development, which is enterprise development and support, it was found that it was weak, as well as intergovernmental relationship. So this is a collaboration opportunity for municipal international, and it fit well to the theme of this event. So, municipalities in South Africa has a constitutional mandate to promote local economic development, as it is outlined in Section 153 of the Constitution. That provision of the Constitution indicates that municipalities is responsible for providing social and economic development to the local communities. It is also supported by the White Paper on Local Government 1998 under Section B2.3 that indicates that local government is responsible to ensure that local communities live a better life through economic development. LED is about stimulating growth, creating jobs, and empowering local communities, according to these authors. So local communities, stakeholders, and the local authority, which is local municipalities, must work together in mobilizing resources, ensuring that local community, they have dignified life. So while the national strategies continue to emphasize the creation of an inclusive economy, an ethical and capable developmental state as it is articulated in the National Development Plan, there is a limited effort to translate this ambition into local context, especially within BRICS. We all know what is BRICS and the formation of BRICS, which was formed by unbalanced countries that share similar characteristics. So BRICS, it has emphasized more focus on national level and ignoring the critical role of municipalities. South African municipalities do engage in some international partnership, according to SALGA and CAMAGO, but these are often informal, non-binding, and lack a clear framework that maximizes benefit for local economic development. The absence of a formal explicit framework for municipal international relationship within BRICS means as South Africa is missing out on valuable opportunities to address challenges like poor service delivery and economic stagnation, according to research conducted by Momokere, Tusi, Mashabele, and Tusi 2025. So the core problem concerned here is the absence of a framework enabling municipalities to engage internationally in the way that benefit local economic development and also promote the Pillar 4 of local economic development, which is enterprise development and support. So these are the aim and objective of the studies So the aim, as I've indicated in my introduction, is to investigate how municipal international relations can enhance local economic development within BRICS and develop a formal framework to guide us. So this research seeks to answer the following question: what is the state of MIR within BRICS country? As indicated in my problem statement, that there is an existence of such relationship. So we want to assess that kind of the state of those relationships. And what are the best practice for LED through MIR? What framework can be developed to enhance MIR for local economic development? So these are the concepts that are actively involved in this study, which is local economic development, defined as the process where local municipalities work with communities to stimulate growth, create employment, and improve the lives of local communities according to those researchers. And in this study, the LED will focus on enterprise development, which supports small, medium-sized enterprise. So the MIR is defined as a strategic and structured approach for municipality to engage globally. It's also building network, exchange knowledge, and collaborating on joint initiatives to solve urban challenge and promote sustainable development. So BRICS is an intergovernmental cooperation among 5 major developing countries, which is formation of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, aimed at promoting economic growth and sustainable development. So the study will be guided by theoretical framework, governance theory. It helps the study by providing framework to focus less on government. According to this author, say the government theory moves beyond state-centric view to focus on the process and interaction in the state and civil society. Just for disclaimer, there's been few amendments in the program, and I'm sorry about that. So the the study is going to adopt this one theoretical framework, which is governance theory. And the good thing about this theory is because it focuses less on government as a big machine. It focuses more on the process, relationship, and interactions between government and society, and it understands how practical decisions are made in life, which work very well which work compatibly with, actually it agrees with Section 152 of the Constitution that promotes democratic local government. And it's going to guide looking at the policy coherence, accountability, and community participation in achieving local economic development. So these are the legislative framework guiding the study, which is the Constitution, as it already articulated many times about the Section 53 of the municipality, which promotes social and economic development. Section 1, the Local Government System Act 32 of 2000, if you look at Section 23 of this document, it actually works with Section 152 as well as Section 153 of the Constitution through the IDP, which is community participation, where local community plan for their local need, and also the white paper on local government. So let me quickly go to how I'm going to conduct my research. This research is qualitative. I'm not a fan of numbers, and it will provide the rich and in-depth understanding of the subject, and it goes together with the paradigm that is adopted, because the interpretivist paradigm that is adopted, it gives meaning to the data that will be collected. So the target population here is a quite big population, which is the South African municipalities, all the categories of municipality, as well as the national and provincial government entities such as the Department of Cooperative, the Traditional Affairs, COGSTA, DTIC, LEDA, SALGA, Limpopo Provincial Government, some of the BRICS countries, as well as SMEs in the local communities. So Purposive sampling will be used, to select participants based on their expertise. So not everyone will be selected for this study. So the total sample will be 37, and both primary and secondary data will be used. Semi-structured interview guide will be employed to collect data. And the data will be analyzed verbatim by recording to ensure accuracy, and use thematic analysis to identify the key pattern themes and sub-themes. This will ensure findings are grounded in data and directly address the research objectives. So the issue of ethical consideration cannot be ignored, it's very important. And these following principles will be included in the ethical consideration, which is informed consent, confidentiality, anonymity, voluntary participation, non-malfeasance. The significance of the study: this research will make several key contributions, which is policy and practice. It's going to contribute to the theoretical contribution, empirical contribution, and broader aspect of the IDP and also sustainable development, particularly SDG goal number 1, which poverty alleviation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that, your presentation. We will now take questions and comments. I see 1, 2, this side. Okay. Okay, Prof. Yes, where's the mic?
Okay, good morning. Thanks. A nice presentation. I'm just curious because this is a PhD and deriving from the national strategy on LED. You are just picking one pillar, and LED is a conglomerate of all these other pillars interacting together. What is the rationale in trying to close the gap, maybe the model you want to come up with? Thank you.
Yes, there's another question there at the corner.
Yeah, thank you. I heard you there by your sampling method. You said you selected the purposive sampling, and then you will interview people that have knowledge in the field of study now. So who are those people? Are they municipal officials? Are they BRICS delegate or government officials? You don't have to mention their names, but who are they? Thank you.
I hope you have captured the right man. Yes. Oh, there's one last question. Thank you, Prof.
Well, thank you, Chair. Yes, Ms. Maineta, my question is also slightly aligned to the previous speaker. I got the purposive sampling part, but how do you intend to go into the field to collect the data? Do you intend to conduct focus group interviews or discussions with these experts, or what's your approach around that? Briefly, thanks.
Thank you. Your reflections, ma'am.
Okay, the first one, Prof, the rationale behind Pillar 4 of local economic development, because it's the pillar that local municipality believe that it can enhance the lives of local communities via SMEs. For an example, speaking on a personal experience, myself, I'm a farmer, and we struggle there because we don't have access to market. So imagine if this pillar is enhanced and we are having a direct market from my municipality with a municipality somewhere in Beijing. So the sampling method, I know people that I'm going to interview. I've indicated on my sampling, on my target population, that is the municipal officials, the officials from SALGA, as well as the BRICS representative. Either I'm gonna use the Embassy Road or maybe I'll go there to Beijing. It's possible. So, yes, Prof, I am going to have the one-on-one interview with those ones that I'm going to have access here, such as SALGA, municipal officials, but with those one within BRICS, I plan maybe sometimes we can have the visual interview, if not possible for me to go there to Hong Kong, and then as well as the focus group, the community, business owners, I'm going to utilize a focus group of 10, which means it's going to be 5 per group.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. I wish to accompany you to Hong Kong. And thank you very much, colleagues, for being good audience. And to our presenters, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts in these contemporary issues. And most importantly, respecting time, because where I come from, in the School of Law, we respect time, because that is what we sell, in fact. You need not be this other pastor that I know, that I intend to share his story with you in 30 seconds. Now, what this pastor did is he was in a congregation invited by his friend because he could not respect time. Sorry if there are pastors here. Because he could not respect time, he went deeper in preaching, and the people happened to, or the congregants in the process, lost interest. Because you can only listen for a limited time. If this person does not stop, you happen to lose interest. So that was the case with this pastor. He went deeper and deeper, and people end up losing interest of whatever that he was talking about. Now what happened is that in the process they went out or vacated the church premises one by one. At the end, there was only one person who was seated at the back there next to the door or the exit. It was only that person and the pastor, but the pastor kept on preaching. Now, he realized that it is only myself and the person at the door there. He then happened to respond or to say to this person, "Blessed you are, young men, because they have left, all of them, and it is only you who is here with me." Then before he could finish that, the young man responded, "No, I am a security personnel. I'm actually waiting for you to finish so that I can close the door. So let me also not overstay, colleagues, and step down. In so doing, I will now pause here and allow colleagues to take a break of 10 minutes or 5 minutes, I'm informed, and 5 minutes, I'm informed. And after that, we will check if there are those who we might have missed in the process, and then we will see if we can accommodate them. Thank you so much, colleagues.
We are moving along. We are kindly asking for those who are grabbing refreshments to please come back in the hall. We are continuing with the program. In the abstract of things, we have two key words. Gala, comma, dinner. Let us not be the people that will sit between you and the gala dinner. We are continuing with the program, and we are moving so well, we envisage that we are going to finish the presentations by 2. We will be done. So without wasting further time, let me introduce the session chair that will lead us to the promised land, an academic within the School of Economics and Management, professor in public administration, Professor Nkuna. The stage is yours.
Good day, everybody, and thanks, Program Director, for lending me the stage for now. As mentioned, my name is Ngamla Nkuna, and I don't want to stand between the two words, the gala and the dinner. So we need to move with speed. We need to move with speed. I got presenters who have lined up their presentations here. What I'll do now, I'll have to start with my checklist to check whether they are here. Then I have Mudise, NP. You can raise your hand wherever it is. Oh, you are here. Then I have Pasha. Are you here, Pasha? Pasha T. Oh, comrade, thanks very much. And then I have Ramhola PD. I'm not sure that this one is. Ramhola PD. My side, I don't see. It's fine. And then I have Mulima DL, my honors candidate. Mulima DL. Do I see somewhere? I can't see. It's fine. And then I have Patudi, MG. MG Patudi. You are here. Sure. Then I have Seshibe, RM. Did I read it correctly? Seshibe, RM. I don't see. So it's fine. Then given those, we'll have to move with speed, because 2 o'clock, I'm told we are going for lunch, and I should have left before that so that the main program director can take over. So that's it. I won't waste much time. I want to start rolling. Then we'll start by Mudise. Can we give a round of applause to encourage the presenters to come on stage? The timekeepers, please, you roll with me. As you are coming on stage, I will use this little moment to remind you that you have that 15 minutes which is on that screen. And on that 15 minutes, it's only 10 minutes which is available for a presentation. The remaining 5 minutes is for us to throw some few questions. Thank you, my sister. If you can help here. This is Mudise. Welcome. Just working on the technicalities, we're there. It is fine. I'm being advised that technically there are some challenges that we're just working on out for the next 3-4 minutes. But to save time and to move, it is very fortunate that we have to move to Pasha. Pasha, as he is coming, let's give him a round of applause. As you're coming up, I'll keep on talking that I have that 15 minutes, which isn't bold there, is for you. But you'll use only 10 minutes to address. The 5 minutes, it will be for me and the congregation. Welcome to the Pasha. I don't know how you lift yours here, if you can lift it, or that's the one. It's fine. Your 15 minutes start now. Welcome.
Thank you very much. As they have introduced me, I am Pasha Thabo. Yeah, so I thought because I'm from Sekhukhune, they will play a pleasure song, Chamanyalo, so that I can ascend the stage with that song. So unfortunately, it's a research session, this one. So my topic is on evaluation of expanded public works program. The contribution on skill development to the youth of Lepelle Ngumpi in Limpopo in South Africa. So we have observed that we are having many challenges in terms of skills. And then so EPW WB has promised that they will enhance our kids with skills, but it is unfortunate. So our research context, the study is situated in Lewahomo. That's where I come from. And then the motive behind this research is that I've observed many challenges whereby our learners, our younger brothers are partaking in this program, but later on they just hope to go back to the EPWP program without continuation in terms of skill enhancement and also career progression. So this research goes in line with my academic interest because I'm an educator. I'm concerned about issues of education and also skill development and youth empowerment. So I'm going to be supported by human capital theory. So as a principal of a rural school somewhere there in South Africa, I've observed that educators who are well trained from universities, they struggle to spot the need to pass the skills to learners. So I thought, if educators are struggling, it means our politicians will do very well. So hence the research. So our problem statement is there. It says, despite the intentions of the EPWP, there is limited evidence on its effectiveness in developing sustainable skill to our youth. So, and then I can say that EPWP is taken for poverty reduction program, and then this issue of skill is being neglected. So, and then I can also say that I was there in the office of the MEC, and then I saw boxes there of toolboxes and other things, which they are not distributed to the beneficiaries. Hence I'm saying this one of saying they have neglected this issue of skills to our fellow brothers. So the aim of this one is to evaluate the expanded public works contribution of skill development to the youth of Lepelle Ngumbi, Limpopo in South Africa. It's a local municipality, this one. So the objective is to recommend strategies on how expanded public works program contributes to skill development in Lepelle Ngumbi municipality. So due to time, I have skipped. Then the research question will be, what strategies can be recommended to enhance the contribution of skills expanded? What strategies can be recommended to enhance contribution of skills via expanded public works development program? So the importance of this study is to find or to provide evidence for policymakers so that they can improve this EPWP program so that it caters for issues of skills development. So at times we are observing universities and institutions of higher learning and even primary school and high schools offering learners skills which are not required or not important for the market. So we want to know as to whether EPWP, is it contributing the skills that which are usable by the market? So the framework, as I've mentioned, will utilize human capital development theory, which focuses on the issues of training and skills development. Methodology, a qualitative research design will be utilized with a semi-structured interview. Because of our municipalities, we know them, they don't have records of their past issues. Recently we had issues on Travel FM whereby a certain guy was recorded as a beneficiary of EPWP, only to find out that he never benefited. But on the records, he's there as a beneficiary. So there's issues of records there. Hence, there's no need to utilize quantitative. So, expected outcomes, or a conclusion, I can say, the research will highlight whether EPW provides meaningful transferable skills or remains limited to short-term employment, and propose recommendation for policy improvement. Participants gain practical skills such as painting, as they have mentioned, according to their document. They are saying the participants are gaining these skills. Training can be, and then if we're speaking about training, we'll have two types of training, the informal and the formal one. And the formal one must be accredited. Thank you very much.
That was excellent. I didn't have to stand up. So you were right on time. And then still have these 8 minutes, and I think we can open this for questions. No preamble, just direct to the question and assist the process. The roving mic is there. I see Comrade there. I call him Comrade because we debate in another angle. Another question this side, if I can see. If there's no other question, then I'll add up my question. Start with yours, Comrade. There you are.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. The principal, your title has got two concerns, contributions and evaluation. So when you evaluate, you are evaluating a certain intervention to check whether that intervention is working. And I believe that intervention is EPWP. And you are saying the contributions on the very same title. Can you please clarify me how they connect? Whether you are saying the contributions of EPWP on skills development or the evaluation of EPWP on whatever. I don't know. Just clarify me on that title because I'm just confused a bit. Thank you very much.
It's fine. Hold it there. Checking if there's another question. Do I have a question? No other question. One. No other question. Two. Third one, mine. Look at the issue of governance, the middleman in the EPWP and the delivering departments. If you can say something, if you don't have anything, it's fine. You can fire. You can fire. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. When we are speaking about this issue of evaluation, is an act of going to check. If whether initially the EPWP when they implemented it, they had this element of intending to develop our younger sisters or the beneficiaries with skills. So now we are going to evaluate to check as to whether that contribution of skills, is it implemented or is it effective? Hence the question. Hope I have answered you. And then the next one, I didn't get it very clearly as to whether you are saying the governance and the EPWP. You can repeat.
It's fine. This still 5 minutes. It's governance. Renew from the delivery department, national department, to where it's supposed to be. The politicizations, all these things were happening. Just your take.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm still a young person, so I follow for Tony Rajwain. Recently, he was saying EPWP must be scrapped. Our people don't deserve this rubbish. Today, he has changed the language. He is saying, no, Pasha, go there, get the remuneration, and then live for life. So now I want to tell him, Tony, so do you think these young people are going to survive with this smaller amount of money? Because when we grew up, we just knew that EPWP people are always sleeping under the trees along the roads. So today we want to, and Tony has mentioned that this thing is irrelevant. So we want to go deeper with him, or now what is it happening? And then we have got this issue, as I've mentioned here, that our officials do not take the issue of skill development serious. So it requires us as researchers, because I hope I'm one of them, or I will be one of them in the near. So that we can look into this thing, is it effective? When they have mentioned that they are going to provide skills to our younger sisters. So if it's not effective, we'll guide them, give them recommendation so that they make it effective. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tata Pasha. You have to use this route to leave my stage, but it's fine. Thanks. Let's give me a round of applause as it's leaving. And as it's leaving, then I would like, I'm told Molema is here, my honors candidate. I'm told she's here. This is your time now. Can come over. Please give her some courage. She's doing it a walk to the stage. And nice that I called earlier. I was scared that there she is, Stacy. And you are welcome here on my stage. You look at that screen, there's your 15 minutes. You will use only 10 to talk. The 5 is for me and the congregation.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Good day, everyone. My name is Daisy Lesoho Molema. I'm currently undertaking my Bachelor of Commerce Honors in Accounting. My research examines the relationship between social sustainability and financial performance in selected JSE companies, South African companies. The motivation of my study stems from a business ethics. The motivation of my study stems from a business ethics module that I've completed during my undergraduate degree. There was a chapter covering corporate social. I just crammed the principles as the aim was to pass. However, as I advanced in my studies, I became aware of increasing significance of corporate sustainability driven by stakeholders' expectations, policy implications in terms of evolving regulations such as King IV and the research gap surrounding underrepresentation of social pillar in ESG performance literature. Okay, thank you. The term ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. It is a framework used to evaluate corporate sustainability. It was initially presented in a 2004 study by the UN Global Compact in collaboration with 20 financial institutions titled Who Cares Wins. The objective of the partnership was to explore strategies to include ESG factors into capital markets. According to the report, including ESG consideration into capital markets makes sound financial sense and results in more sustainable business and improved societal outcomes. However, the integration of ESG into investments is debated. In South Africa, regulations obligate firms to comply with ESG principles in order for them to be listed in the JSE Stock Exchange. The driving force behind the disclosure of sustainability was the King Code of Governance Principle for South Africa 2009, stipulated that such disclosures must be made on an apply or explain basis. Given the mandatory sustainability reporting the JSE implemented, the query of whether investing in ESG principles has a favorable effect on the firm's financial performance arises. Since the relationship between the ESG and financial performance, especially the social pillar, is unclear, it appears to be highly significant for further study. Observing the two previous studies, the social pillar is underrepresented. One explanation for this being that data on the social pillar is harder to collect, and the other two pillars, governance, compared to the other two pillars, governance and environmental. My study explores the relationship between financial performance and the social pillar. Two research questions were developed based on the information that I mentioned. What is the relationship between the social sustainability and return on equity in JSE listed companies? What is the relationship between social sustainability and the Tobin skew in the JSE listed companies? The aim of my study is to investigate the relationship between the social sustainability and the financial position in the JSE listed companies. The objective of my study is the significance of my study. It addresses the gap in ESG research, focuses on the social pillar. It helps provide insights on correlation between social performance and financial performance, helps investors integrate ESG effectively by providing knowledge on whether great social performance correlates with higher returns. The study adopts a quantitative research approach and utilize secondary data from integrated reports and ESG databases to analyze the relationship between social sustainability indicators and two financial performance measures, which is the return on equity and Tobin skew. The sample follows the purposive sampling technique will be used to select 50 to 100 JSE listed firms with ESG data between 2021 to 2024. My dependent variables being ROE, which is return on equity, and Tobin skew. The independent variables are the social pillar score, which is workforce, human rights, community involvement, product responsibility. My control variables are the firm size, leverage, GDP per capita, and year dummies. The limitation of my study is that the reliance on self-reported ESG data, particularly in the social pillar, which may cause reporting bias. To the inclusion of environmental and governance pillars, limiting generalization to the overall ESG performance. ESG social pillar data may be inconsistent across the firms. My ethical consideration is that the research poses minimal risk as it uses publicly available data. No human subjects are involved and no sensitive personal data will be collected. The study will follow institutional ethics, ensure transparency in the data handling, and disclose any use of AI tools in line with the academic integrity. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. What a wonderful presentation. We have 6 minutes, you have spent some minutes in our 5 minutes. I want to request questions, short comments, which can assist the project. I see the Honorable Professor there. Can I have the question this side? None. Question this side? None. You can fire, Prof. You can fire.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm not sure if they call you Program Director or Session Chair. Okay, great. I wanted to address you appropriately. Ms. Molema, it's not a question, don't panic. It's a commandment. Actually, I must be honest with you. When I looked at the topic and you said, or the title to be precise, and I said, at the honors level, relationships, is she going to handle it? But when you got to your methodology, I noted that you are very clear on what you want to test. Now, I just thought, perhaps, let me commend you and appreciate, and I think the guidance that you are getting is actually very good. Express my word of appreciation to your supervisor, and please, this is interesting.
It's a comment. You want to give it an answer or comment? Still have your 4 minutes to can say something.
I would like to give credit to my supervisor. It's Mr. Nyirenda.
Thanks very much. Then you know the direction. Just mind the steps as we go down. So, as I've said, we will be moving speed. I will tell you the story of the horse if the time is still on our side. I got a short story about the horse and the pastor. Then as Patud and others are preparing themselves, I'd like to call Mudise because it's the first one, but we had technical problems. Can you give a round of applause again? Now the technical problems are sorted out. You are welcome again on my stage. Then you remember the instructions. The screen is very clear there. You can see. Then you have your 10 minutes. Then I have my 5 minutes in your 10 minutes, in your 15 minutes. The stage is yours.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, academics and fellow researchers from respective fields. My name is Mudise Ntsela. I greet you. My name is Mudise Ntsela. I greet you all in the holy name. I'm a student in the University of Limpopo under the Faculty of Management and Law at the School of Law under the Program of Master of Laws in Development and Management Law. Today I'll be presenting a paper to you titled The Impact of Environmental and Tobacco Laws on the Manufacturing Sector in South Africa. For me to choose this topic, I was motivated by the need to understand the relationship between environmental and tobacco laws and the tobacco manufacturing sector. This paper will be focusing more on the tobacco manufacturing sector rather than the whole manufacturing sector. The manufacturing sector contributes 13% to the gross domestic products and employs over 1.6 million people in South Africa, whereas the tobacco manufacturing employs approximately 100,000 people and contributes over 40 billion to the economy. This makes the sector one of the foundational sectors in the economy of South Africa. The problem statement. The Constitution of South Africa, Section 24, provides everyone with the right to a safe environment. The National Environmental Management Act, NEMA, is a legislation enacted to give effect to this right. The Tobacco Products Control Amendment Act, TPCAA, is another legislation enacted to provide how manufacturers can give effect to this right. These legislations are there to protect the environment and protect public health. However, they may have an impact on the manufacturing sector. This study was conducted using the qualitative method of research where primary sources of the law were consulted. Experts' opinions, such as the opinions of the Tobacco Institute of South Africa, were also consulted to analyze the impact of these laws on the manufacturing sector. The findings of the study. A comprehensive existing literature review reveals that as much as these laws protect the environment and public health, these laws also result in increased costs and reduced sales on the part of the manufacturers. By placing duties on manufacturers to conduct environmental friendly practices, NEMA ensures that the environment is protected from any harm by the manufacturers. TPCAA also protects public health by aiming to reduce the use of tobacco throughout the country and prevents any promotion of tobacco products. Compliance with these laws results in manufacturers having to pay more in order to comply and conform to the standards of environmental laws. So from there, they have to increase the price of their products, therefore resulting in reduced sales. The TPCAA also obliges tobacco manufacturers to package their products in a manner which discourages the use of tobacco and also prevents any promotion of tobacco products, therefore leading to reduced sales. These laws also have what is known as over-regulations, which makes it hard for the manufacturers to comply. Therefore, this forces the manufacturers to conduct illicit trading of tobacco products in South Africa. Study shows that over 58% of the tobacco products in South Africa are illicit. Recommendations. To reduce this impact, the government can engage in a streamlined regulations to reduce bureaucratic difficulties and minimize compliance costs for manufacturers. The state could also engage with the industry stakeholders to facilitate the identification of potential issues and the development of effective solutions. In conclusion, this study highlights the need for a balanced approach towards sustainable development that protects both the environment and the manufacturing sector. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You're very good in economic saving time. I got enough time for engagement. Then I would like to have questions, inputs, comments, very short, from the audience. That was a very clear presentation. Nice one. Can I check if I can have questions this side? See, it was very clear this side, no questions. Oh, there is one there. Can I check if I can have questions or comments this side? There's nothing. Can I check if there's comments that side? Questions? There's nothing. You can fire. Check it carefully. You can fire from that angle. Help him with the technology. It needs a thumbs. We're improving. You just put your thumb and then things start working.
Is it okay? Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Modise. The content was good. I'm straightforward. I must acknowledge that. I'm sitting and wondering if you can also provide us with a working strategy, because currently our black economic empowerment when it comes to trade is difficult. It is good in the books, but the implementation part of it is a challenge. I'm saying this because I'm with Coca-Cola. I know that sugar that is supplied by me will bring a lot of questions. But there are some corporates somewhere who are easily dominating the market. The same applies to tobacco. Something that comes from me producing Bochum. It is a Moremi branding. It has a lot of questions on the line before it can be received on the stock market. So I'm just checking with you with regard to these bureaucratic difficulties, if you can give us a strategy that can also accommodate the black market into the mainstream. Thanks.
It's a nice one. I think you can say something about it. It's fine. You can come. Nice one. Still have yours.
I am kindly asking you to rephrase your question. I did not get it properly.
Thanks, Mr. No, I was checking with you with regard to trade. Do you have a working strategy or do you suggest, or do you have any strategy you can suggest for us as a government or public to accommodate the black market currently? Because whatever that is produced from our side, given the historic background, is questioned, is not taken seriously at all.
No, currently I do not have any suggestion towards that, but I shall look into it. Thank you.
That's the excellent one. He's going to look at it, and that's excellent one. We're doing well on time here. We are left with only 2 but 3. Why I'm saying this, our last one will be, the final one will be online. So I want to deal with the hard bodies now. Can I check Patud if... Can I check with Patud? I'm sorry for that. Patud, are you here? The stage is yours, comrade. Come over. Come over. Then you're welcome. There's your time there, you see, it's still full. Your time is reflecting there, it will guide you. Then you're welcome. She will help you technically to start. I've promised that I'll tell the story of the horse. I'll just continue from where my predecessor was, about the preacher. And you know what, in research we have a lot of rules in science. When you do science, some of the things are told, where is the problem statement? You have to come with the aim, you have to come with this and that. So, as they are working on the technicalities, I'll have to continue with my story. Actually, this other guy, like horse racing, you know. And when you get the horse, you got it with its tricks. If you buy it from somewhere, Professor Koma, it comes with the rules they've been taught. So I was told that this horse, you know, it need, when you want it to move, you must just start a prayer. If you want it to stop, you must just say amen. So if you want to start to say God is there, it's great. I'll continue. Just pause it there, I'll continue. The stage is yours for now.
Thank you.
Don't pay attention on the horse. Pay attention on the presentation.
All right, thank you. Good day. I'm Patrick MG Cladwin, the name is short, and then I'll be presenting here. I'm Patrick, as I've already said, I'm doing MBA in the Tuflop Graduate School of Leadership. The professor, Kanjeri, is my supervisor. The motivation for my study, it was because of the growing shortage of student beds at the University of Limpopo, which exceed 14,000. And then also, due to my first-hand experience in student housing, it also motivated my need for the study. And then also desire to explore how small-scale landlords can improve quality, safety, and compliance. And lastly, the research aims to support both business owners, which are the landlords, and student academic success. The topic of my study is investigating business opportunities and challenges in small-scale student accommodation in Mankweng area, Limpopo province. So, introduction and background. Global and national demand for student housing has grown faster than universities' ability to supply the student accommodation. The University of Limpopo enrollment has increased to around 24,000 this year. And then on campus, they can only accommodate about 7,000, and which leaves a shortage of about 14,000 students looking for accommodation off campus. The local dynamics here around Mankweng is that the landlord are converting houses and even their back rooms into student accommodation. The competition is intense among small-scale landlords because of they are competing against the number 14,000 students. The student choice is shaped by affordability, which is the main. Students look for affordable accommodation, and then the proximity to campus,
safety, Wi-Fi, and other amenities. So why does it matter? Student housing affects academic performance. We will all agree. It affects the well-being and the community relations. Business opportunity for local, there is a business opportunity for local landlord, but there is a serious challenge when it comes to quality of the houses, safety, and compliance. And then now I'm going to research problem. The main challenge globally, university cannot meet the rising student housing demand. The same is the same when it comes to Ghana, and then also Australia and UK, although they're facing different challenges, not like the ones we experience in Mankweng. And then in UL, as I've already said, the growing enrollment, and then where we can only accommodate about 7,000 students and then 14,000 staying on campus, off campus. And then in Mankweng, the small landlord, the landlords with small number of rooms, they dominate the supply. And then this is highly competitive, but it's informal in nature. And then housing quality varies, and then the challenge that we normally the challenge that is normally there is overcrowding, the safety risk, and even weak compliance. The municipality services, because the municipality, when they were doing their planning, the place was they looked at the household, not necessarily the student accommodation. So water, sewage, waste, they get to be a challenge. And then there is a research gap. While I was looking at the literature, most studies focus on large cities like Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Durban, and then little research on pre-urban towns like our Mankweng, where our landlord, if they are small in nature, they are small scale in nature. There is a need to understand the local opportunities, the competition and challenges to inform both business owners and the policy. And then when it comes to research aim and objectives, the aim of the research is to investigate business opportunities and challenges in small-scale student accommodation in Mankweng. The objectives, they are to determine the level and nature of competition among landlords, and then also to investigate the challenges faced by the landlord. And then this creates the two questions, the research question on what is the nature of the competition among small-scale landlords, and what are the challenges they faced in providing quality accommodation. And then the literature highlights South Africa faces a shortfall of 550,000 beds. Even the Department of Higher Education has agreed with this. They've also said the same, that the university, the whole country runs short of about 550 student beds. One of the contributors in ensuring that students get accommodation, it's good and they are able to afford, it's NSFAS, which spent about 436 million. And then 436 million, they usually spend it per month, not necessarily per year. So when it comes to student accommodation, monthly they spend about 436. This was in April last year. There were also intentional cases where Ghana, for example, they experienced the same problems which we are facing in Mankweng. Australia and UK, theirs, because they are in township, they experience challenges which are similar to the ones which they will experience in metropolitan universities. So the local research that have been conducted, they are mainly about crime and the risk and safety issues. And then also the studentification, which impact municipal services, because usually our accommodation, the places where they build accommodation is usually meant for use by the families, small families. So whenever they convert the houses or backroom in student accommodation, it tends to affect the municipal services. And then also, as I've already said, there is a gap when it comes to the research in areas like Mankweng. Theoretical framework, the research used supply and demand theory. And then the demand drivers here will be the rising enrollments by the university, NSFAS funding, proximity to the campus, affordability and quality. And then we also have the supply drivers, which are new development, DHET, minimum norms and standard, and municipal regulation. And then there is also a market imbalance in Mankweng where there is a shortage of, when there is a shortage of accommodation, landlords tend to hike prices, and also the students, because of lack of funds, they tend to do overcrowding. And then there is surplus when landlord estimates demand. Whenever the landlord increase the prices, the students tend to not stay there. They tend to squat with others. All right, and then the methodology, the research paradigm, here I used interpretivist, which normally it's saying reality is socially constructed. It focused on lived experiences. And then the design, it's qualitative, and it does this by, and then I've also used the case study of Mankweng. The sampling is purposive for landlord and university officials. For students, it will be random. This is the number of the students and university officials that are targeted on the study. And then expected contribution, yeah, I think my time is up. Should I continue or?
Your time is up.
Time's up, all right, thank you.
You have a seat there. Have a seat there. Yeah, he reminded me that this time is up, and I appreciated that. Welcome. Can I check for questions? That was a nice presentation, although you didn't finish part. I've got a question, two questions that side. Another question that side as well. I don't have much time. Then I'll start 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5. It's fine, it's fine. He's saying that he's surrendered. Thanks, Professor. Quickly, the revolver mic, this side, the mic that side. Yeah. Make it brief, no preamble. Pose a question or make a comment, quick. Make sure you noted those questions.
Thank you very much. I just want to understand, the Sir made mention of the challenges that are faced by the landlords, including mentioning the issues of NSFAS. So I just want to understand what is it that the university can do in order to support the landlords whom are having NSFAS accredited reses, but NSFAS does not pay them. How are they where are they supposed to get the money to maintain the reses in order to offer quality services? Thank you.
That's the first one. Second one, make sure you note them.
Okay, thank you. So, your literature highlights that NSFAS spends 436 million plus on private accommodation monthly, because you said it was in April last year. And still, your study suggests that accommodations do not meet human conditions as per your local research, which outlines safety and risks. So I want to know, what exactly are you implying? Are you saying there's a way that the funds are not disbursed correctly? Is it the fault of NSFAS? Is it the fault of students, or is it the landlords? Thank you.
Okay. You're still okay now, you can capture that, no? It's fine. The fourth one is covered, thank you. And then, yeah.
Thank you. At the start of your of your research, you stated that the background of your bargaining, you highlighted that accommodations, poor accommodation facilities affect the studies of students. But over the years, we acknowledge that students manage to pass and complete their degrees regardless of their unprivileged backgrounds. So my question is, in regards of your keywords, how is housing in any aspect affect working the academic discipline of students?
Okay. Those are the three questions. You have 1.5 minutes. I'm not sure if I surprised somebody. I saw the professor withdrawn. He is very short. Very short. Yeah, short. It's a very short comment. Thanks, Professor. Sorry about that.
You are presenting, you're mindful of the more key thing here is we want to see the result of your study, not the theoretical frameworks, not the literature review. So take note of that. It's done. We are preparing you here for international also. If you go to international presentation, it's also 10 minutes. So what people are expecting is, what is your results? You problematize the problem, you go straight to the research objective, go to methodology briefly, and results. That's all.
Thanks very much, Prof. That's powerful. That was a comment.
Chair, I also remember.
Oh, Prof, no, he rekindled.
Yes.
It's fine,
Yeah,
it's fine,
yes.
rekindled. Come
Yeah.
closer to me so that the Prof can be quick as well. Thanks for rekindling, Prof. I thought the question dies down. No, it's fine. Take it. It's fine. Because they've taken you 30 seconds. Only what you can handle.
All right. All right, thank you. But in answering the questions, I'll just say, with student accommodation, it's one of those complex things that, in answering the second question, I will say the fault usually we will blame the people who are providing the service, which usually it's our landlord. They have to ensure that, their accommodations, they are conducive, their accommodation, they can accommodate students. And then also, I understood that, the important thing is results. The study is still ongoing, but surely next time when I'll be presenting, I'll be coming with the results, because currently there were no results. And then also, the university should also ensure that, they support NSFAS in as far as they can, and then NSFAS should also support the university. Because there are many challenges when it comes to student accommodation, the funding, the time when the NSFAS has to fund the students. All right, thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Paddy. Thanks very much. Let's give him a round of applause. And those who didn't do well, maybe didn't get it clearly, please, during tea time, engage with him. This is what science is all about. We keep on engaging. Then I want to take Sesibe. You are here, comrade. Let's give him a round of applause as it's coming up. And then I didn't forget that I'll continue the story of the horses. You have instructions and guides. As the same applies to research. You might have heard the professor, what is that, what we need in the research. We need you to come out quickly and tell us what is that. So I'm not sure if anybody can help me on this screen here. It shows something which we don't know where to press. That will give me an opportunity to continue with my story. Yes.
Is that second revolution?
It's not deliberate, it's just an opportunity I need to use. Yes. We're looking for Sisi. This is my space. I won't ask you anything. Thanks, Shive. Time has started. You can see the fire.
Thanks for the opportunity to present. You know, when I was coming here, I was wondering why am I scared? And I think it's because I get dumela ho apara store kwa mo. Ngabe ke dumela ho apara store ka be ke tara phapha ka pelanyana. Well, now it's English. Now, these are my details. My name is Shive Munyepa Rudolph, and I'm from the School of Accountancy. I'm doing my BCom honors in accountancy. And my topic is measuring the impact of water conservation on firm performance in selected JSE listed mining companies. Now, if you realize every table here has a water in it, and this is not a mistake. It's because it is very essential to have the resource called water. And that's why, as a student of this country with a limited water resource, I had to investigate if practicing water conservation is going to come up with the impact on the financial performance of the companies, specifically looking at the mining industry. Now, these are the research gaps that I gathered as I was doing my research. And the first one is the contradictory gaps. And this is the fact that majority of the studies that were conducted produced inconsistency findings, and they were conducted in developed countries. And this was according to Delport and Oberhauser and Van Rooyen, and this was a last year's study. And another gap was the population gap, which is the sample size of the current study was generally small, and most of them focused on few countries that were environmentally sensitive industries. And this was according to Cheng Song and Gao, and this was done in 2023. Now, this research of mine, I took two theories that I thought they were very fundamental. And the first theory was the stakeholder theory, and the second one was the resource-based theory. Now, the first one, the stakeholder theory, is in effect saying, if you are an entity and you prioritize not only the shareholders, you have a better chance of having a better financial performance than the companies that do not really do that. And with the resource-based theory, on the fact that the companies with bigger resource, they have a better chance of having better financial performance when they're engaged in environmental sustainable practices. Now I'm going to talk about the application of these theories. The first study that I want to talk about was done by Mutamani, Msomi, and Ngudu in 2024. They examined the intricate relationship between the return on assets, which is the measure of the financial performance of the company, on the environmental social governance metrics, as well as the firm characteristics such as leverage and size. And their investigation indicated that larger entities have more inherent advantages than the smaller firms. Now, this study can be intertwined with the resource-based theory, which states the fact that bigger companies have a chance of coming up with a very innovative way of doing environmental sustainability practices which can enhance their financial performance. Now, another study, it was done by Faza, Fiti, Hilu, and Luhichi, Omri, and this was done in 2021, which explored the relationship between environmental innovations and the corporate financial performance. And their study indicated that by investing in environmental innovation could balance stakeholder demands with economic growth, thereby reducing the opportunity cost. Now, with this one, we can intertwine it with the stakeholder theories, because in this fact, it shows that if you engage in environmental innovations whereby the stakeholders can approve, you can save by making sure that they do not leave your entity, if maybe these are suppliers or customers or other stakeholders. Now, the methodology that I used in this research It was a quantitative approach leveraging longitudinal secondary data to explore statistical relationship between water conservation disclosures and the firm performance metric. And the firm performance metric that I used was the ROA, which is the return on assets. And I don't know if I have to explain how we calculate the return on assets, but the fact, if you want me to explain, I can explain. It's just the earnings before tax, and then you divide by total assets of the company. That's how we do. And now the relationship between the water conservation and the performance, the relationship between the water conservation practices and the firm performance can be analyzed using the panel regression, which was utilized by other studies. That's why I tended to use that regression analysis. And then the population of the study was all the listed mining companies on the JSE that report their water management practices. And the sampling that I used was a purposive sampling strategies because I wanted to choose the companies that disclose their water practices consistently. And I can now move to the reliability and the validity of the method. Now, this method, I think it's reliable because it is using the audited financial statements and public available data and the sustainable metric validated in recent studies. Now, the research limitation of this research was the fact that this might not apply beyond maybe mining industry and maybe could not work under any other sectors. And the reason why I chose the mining sectors, and this is not a proven fact, I'm still waiting to, I still want to do lot of research on that. I saw that mining is one of the water intensive industry in South Africa. So that's why I chose to go with the mining industry. And with that, I thank you.
Thanks very much. That was a capturing presentation. Then we still have 7 minutes to deal with the question part, comments, questions. This is an opportunity. I'll start by looking that side. I see, don't worry. I see one there, one. Then I come this way. I'm still coming. 2. Can I check if there's another? You want to take a bite now? It's fine. 3. I have 3. I have 3. You start at the end.
All right.
Make sure you capture it properly to respond on it.
All right, thank you. Quite an informative presentation, my good sir. So, but then I have a question. I saw you said, or rather I heard, saying you chose purposive sampling. So what I'm interested in is how did you handle subjectivity as well as the research bias to make sure that you don't overlook important case studies in your selection of your companies?
Super. Capture it. I'll come back to you, Professor Redmist, at that end. You can fire from that angle. Give him a roving mic. Yes. Take it. Give him the working one, please.
Thank you very much. I just want to understand from the presenter if maybe the information that he says he relied on is able to be quantified, because now as we come to understand how the mines operate, they operate per mineral or a product. They use between 230 to 330 per ton of related to every product or mineral. So now compared to an open mining and underground mining, obviously underground mining is the one that actually is attributed to major water loss. And when you come to open mining, there is reliability because such loss can be controlled. Now the question that I want to pose again, as I now construct it properly, is that how is the research able to quantify if the analysis based on the methodology that
how is it able to quantify regarding the epistemology and something? It's fine. It's fine. We got it. We got it. Then, Prof, sorry, you got it.
Okay.
It's fine. We want to squeeze the minute.
Okay, thank
30
you.
seconds.
It's an observation that informs a recommendation. Yes, you're on time, but next time, if you're presenting, don't struggle to call those funny names that you don't know, because you're already there for us to see. That's why you have a presentation. Because the moment you are trying to call those funny names, also, but that, say that, you are eating your seconds and time.
Thank you. Super. I know that one will need come on stage. You have your 4 minutes there. To the extent if you didn't have clarity on that one.
Okay, let me start by the question of how I dealt with subjectivity. And with my good sir, I think you can clarify your question after I've dealt with the two. Thank you. The way that I dealt with subjectivity, it was based on how the companies would be consistent in disclosure of their water conservation practices. Because there are some companies, when you look at their integrated reports, some years they don't disclose how they recycle their water. So you look at those companies that consistently disclose their water practices. And in case of my good sir there, I take that into consideration. Thank you. And good sir, you can clarify on that question because I didn't get it.
Issues relating to water use. That is why even now, the Minerals Development Amendment Bill of 2025, which was therefore tabled in May, yet to be signed, includes the water use licenses and supply, because there is something they've identified there. There is inaccuracies. Now I'm saying, per product or per mineral, the mine uses 230 to 330 ton. In between that, there is a loss. How is your study or your investigation able to quantify that what you said is reliable? Because you said it's reliable. How are you able to quantify that if there are these gaps that are existing?
That's a good question, good sir. I think I have to look deeper into that kind of a question, and I hope next time I'll have a better answer, sir. Thank you for that question. That was very informative. Thank you.
Excellent. I think let's give him a round of applause. That was excellent. That was excellent. Earlier I said we'll have the last one being online. I've been advised, given further instruction there, that there are two who will be online too. But now, let's welcome Mailula. Am I pronounced it correctly? Yes, on stage. She will be presenting a part. Then welcome on my stage. This is one of the best stages you can come to present your scientific story. So you're welcome, yeah? Yes. Then there's your 15 minutes, but I'll chow 5 minutes from there. So yours only 10. Welcome.
Members of the faculty, fellow candidates, and our esteemed guests, I appreciate your presence. My name is Maureen Mailula, a second-level master's candidate in the Faculty of Management and Law. Today I'm going to be presenting on one of the objectives for my dissertation under the title, Strategies Employed for the Career Progression of Persons with Disabilities. The motivation for this presentation goes beyond just sharing academic findings. It is also about raising awareness on the lived experiences of persons with disabilities in our South African public service. According to the World Health Organization, approximately 1.3 billion people around the world live with disabilities. But among this population, only 57.12 is unemployed. So persons with disabilities face challenges in finding employment, while others remain underrepresented in the workplace. And here in South Africa, this issue is compounded by our own history of systemic injustices. Back before 1994, persons with disabilities were considered unemployable as there were no laws in place to integrate them into the labor market. And for this reason, the majority of them live in poverty, while some face restricted access to resources that are crucial to ensuring a meaningful career progression. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities called on all state parties, including South Africa, to guarantee improved work opportunities for persons with disabilities. In order to address these challenges, South Africa enacted several policies and legislations, including the Constitution of 1996, the Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1998, the Labor Relations Act 66 of 1995, as well as the Disability Code. Now, all these measures were intended to create an inclusive and equitable environment for persons with disabilities. In 1995, a South African cabinet even raised a resolution requiring that both public and private sectors employ at least 2% of persons with disabilities. However, despite these measures, there remains to be slow progress in South Africa, especially when the statistics show that the disability employment rate in our public service remains well below the set 2% target. Now, the problem is that the Limpopo province struggles to develop effective strategies that cater for persons with disabilities. It has been noted that even when they secure jobs, even when they get employed, they often face limited promotion opportunities. And compounding this issue, there's a negative perception that they cannot perform according to the public service performance standards, which limits their chances of being considered for employment in the public service. What is even more concerning is that there are limited studies on career progression in the public service, especially in less resourced provinces like Limpopo. Studies by Charles have explored the barriers that prevent persons with disabilities from working in the public service. So my study moves beyond an entry into the workforce into how are they treated when they get employed. It shifts from just getting into a job to what actually happens when they get employed in the public service. It also provides new insights from provinces that are less resourced, such as the Limpopo province. This study draws on the human capital theory, which was developed by Becker in 1964. The theory posits that individuals can enhance their productivity through their investments in education and training. Now, for persons with disabilities, there are limited opportunities for career progression for persons with disabilities. Therefore, by applying this theory, the study highlights why is it important that they should invest in education in order to enhance their career progression. I will be moving to the legal framework on the presence of persons with disabilities. The study looked into international legal frameworks such as the United Nations on the Convention of Persons with Disabilities, the South African legislations including the Constitution, the Employment Equity Act, the Labor Relations Act, as well as the disability employment policies, including the White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Previous studies revealed that education improves the competence as well as employment outcomes for persons with disabilities. We also found that organizational support such as employee forums, they also give persons with disabilities a chance to voice out their concerns in the workplace. And we also found that policies to integrate persons with disabilities do exist in the departments. However, their implementation has been slow and effective. The study adopted a qualitative and exploratory approach. The qualitative approach enabled the researchers to share their first-hand experiences, while the exploratory approach helped to uncover new insights into the strategies that were found. The target population involved persons with disabilities from the Limpopo Department of Health and Education. A sample involved 10 persons with disabilities, 6 from the Department of Health and 4 from the Department of Education. The data was collected through semi-structured interviews and also secondary data such as the government databases and policies. Also, permission to conduct research was, I received the permission to conduct the study from the Office of the Premier, as well as the head of departments from the departments where I was collecting the data. And also, I used thematic analysis to analyze the data. Now, this diagram shows the findings, shows the strategies that were found in the departments. We found that the majority of persons with disabilities in the departments they invest in education to enhance their professional development, which aligns with the capital theory, which posits that individuals can improve their productivity through their investment in education. Also, the study found also workshops and trainings. We also found disability forums, and we also found policy implementation challenges. We also found, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. The study also found that there were implementation challenges of the strategy of some of the legislations that were meant to ensure inclusivity into the department. They found that the study found that the departments relied on national policies while their departmental policies remained on draft forms. And one of the challenges that some of the HR officials raised were that there were limited resources in their departments, as long as lack of commitment from their superiors in the departments. The study recommends that the Limpopo Provincial Department must align their HR practices with national policy inclusion policies and also conduct compliance audits. They must also conduct frequent compliance audits. Recommendations for future research. The study focused on the selected departments within the Limpopo province. Therefore, future research could expand to other provinces or compare multiple regions to compare whether these challenges and experiences are consistent across the public sector nationally. In conclusion, the study concludes that education and training remain the strongest drivers for career progression, and most persons with disabilities in these selected provincial departments, they emphasize the importance of investing in education. Additionally, initiatives such as disability awareness workshops, inclusive training forums, and policies are undermined by inconsistent implementation and unequal access, as well as organizational support. Thank you.
Excellent. That was excellent on time. You can have this and pause for a while there, have your stuff, and pause for a while there while I'm using my 5 minutes for that purpose I told you. Now I've taken questions and comments. Short, no preamble. Please, hit the question. 1. Yes, only 1. And do I have another one? 2. Do I have another one? So I have only 1 and 2. Make sure you take the notes so that you can respond to that. Start that side.
Okay, thank you very much once again. I just want to ask, what is it that you think can be done in South Africa in order to deal with the stigma that goes around individuals with disabilities in the workplace? Because there are still those people who believe that they do not want to get themselves or work with individuals with disabilities for their various reasons, of which one of them I've been experiencing since Last week, I remember when we went to PEP, they told us, sorry, your issues don't affect us. So that literally affected me a lot. So I just want to find out from you, what is it that South Africa as well as individuals can do in order to educate people about individuals with disabilities and also to deal with stigma around individuals with disabilities? Thank you.
Thanks very much. It's strategical that when we say no preamble, people tend to mix it in between. So please, no preamble, don't mix it in between. I'll tell you the story of scientific presentation during my whole story. Fire, have you not? Fire.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. My question is, the convention that you cited in terms of on the rights of persons with disabilities. The problem that we always face sometimes when we go out there is that some companies or institutions, they argue that they can't find persons with disabilities, whereas we know, this very university produces a lot. So my question or the recommendation that you might have, all these legislations that are there, is it a matter of implementation or is it a matter of people not wanting to go out there and seek those people because they are there and they are very much capable? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Did I note you? I noted only two. No, you'll discuss it during tea time. Then you have those minutes to respond.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your questions. I'd like to start with the gentleman there. I think South Africa. I think the problem you just mentioned. Hello, I'm talking to you. I think we can help to eradicate this problem through having disability awareness workshops in the workplace as long as in schools in order to inform anyone about disability. Are you answered? Okay, thank you. Could you please repeat your question, ma'am?
There is, these companies, departments, and you see whenever they're advertising for posts, there has to be, I would assume it is mandatory that there must be inclusion of also considering persons with disabilities and things like that, the quotas that they must meet, right? Now, there's always an excuse to say they cannot find persons with disabilities with all these policies and acts and everything that exists. So my question is it a matter of them being lazy, I'll call them lazy, to go out there and find the people and actually discriminating against them, because we know this very university is producing, so they can't say there's no person with disability that they can find. So just my recommendation, is it a matter of implementation of the legislations, or is it a matter of, I don't know, what's the problem? Any view?
Okay.
Use that 1 minute.
Okay, I think it may be a problem of bias, because we know that we do have persons with disabilities who study with the hopes of getting employed one day. And also, I remember one of the respondents from my study saying persons with disabilities study for degrees which does not align with their disabilities. So after that, based on that comment, I then realized how biased they are towards persons with disabilities. So it's not a matter of not knowing about disability or being ignorant about the laws, but sometimes I think it's just about bias. They are being biased towards persons with disabilities.
Thanks very much. Thanks for doing business with me. You can use these stairs to go on the other side. Thanks very much for. Then, like I've said, that I wanted to go for the online presentations, which I had 3 at a time. Now I'm told I have another one. But there's one which we have Ramohol as a PhD. Then we'll have to compress him. I have only, how many minutes are supposed to be at the program director of the day? I have only 40 minutes to be here. So Ramohol, is he or she here? Yes, let's welcome on stage. Then when I called earlier, I noted that there was a remark here, so I'm giving you strictly 10 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes for questions. Then we take it from there. We need to press time for now. Welcome on stage, and all the best. All the best. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. I was wondering why you were skipping me. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is David Ramokhola, and I'll be presenting on navigating the fourth industrial revolution, barriers to employment readiness, a sectoral analysis. Why this topic is because personally I'm very fond of the area of the fourth industrial revolution, and I want to contribute to the discourse of helping this country to battle with what we call in CPD, Tlobaboroko, which is the unemployment. And jumping in, ladies and gentlemen, what you usually call the fourth industrial revolution, or the 4IR, is a fusion of physical, digital, and biological technologies, which of course encompass the AI, the Internet of Things, the 3D printing, additive manufacturing, among others. And South Africa, as a country that is dealing with a staggering 34.5% of unemployment and a burgeoning youth economy, the fourth industrial revolution promises a transformative promise. It promises to create jobs in high-tech driven sectors like agriculture, healthcare, and beyond. So the analysis of this paper critically wants to reveal, or rather it reveals the barriers that are hindering the employment readiness in 5 key sectors. And those sectors are education, healthcare, business, and manufacturing. South Africa, as a powerhouse of Africa, is still grappling with, of course, the post-COVID-19 recovery, deindustrialization, and acute skill mismatch that leave, of course, the workforce vulnerable. Though the 4IR is already taking shape in employment landscapes, from remote working to paradigms to gig platforms like Uber, your Bolt, where algorithmic management is taking place, the traditional role of an employer is replaced, meaning that there is no protection for the digital employees. What is the problem here? The problem is that there is a sluggish integration of the fourth IR in our country, which continues to risk the deepening inequality and giving birth to the dual economy. This dual economy that is, can be given birth of here is of course, one thriving of high-tech enclaves and others which is continue to be in mere exclusion. What about the legislation? When we look at the Basic Conditions of Employment Act and the Labor Relations Act together, they are very silent on this. They are woefully outdated, failing to address platform labor and remote work protection. And this paper seeks to say that without reform, there will be a rampant retrenchments and untapped opportunities. This sectoral analysis overview carries 3 interconnected barriers, which is infrastructure shortfalls, skills deficits, and regulatory voice that continuously and collectively continue to hinder or undermine the employment readiness. These challenges, of course, they continue to ripple across all sectors, displacing traditional roles while leaving tech roles vacant. One can ask a question, why will it replace roles but still leave vacant roles? As we're going to be examining these 5 key sectors, we will understand why will these positions be vacant. We will examine education as the bedrock, healthcare for its efficiency, and business for inertia, manufacturing for obsolescence, and agriculture for rural vitality, with the aim being to spotlight how targeted interventions can harness 4IR for sustainable development, which of course echoes the faculty's strategic goals of student support and advising knowledge economy. Of course, delving into the first sector, the first two sectors, which is the education and the health. The sector of education is the foundational for readiness in the sense that is the one which prepares the workforce of this country. It continues to face dire infrastructural gaps, which includes unreliable internet in rural schools and curricula that is stuck in analog era. Teachers' e-readiness is alarmingly low, with minimal training and digital tools. This continues to perpetuate, of course, a cycle of low-skilled graduates entering a tech-demanding market, which continues to fuel unemployment. Now, shifting to the healthcare. In the healthcare sector, there is a problem with legislative hurdles. Legislative hurdles, your example, the POPIA, the Protection of Personal Information Act on data privacy, it contradicts or it constrains with or clashes with the AI governance, which breeds ethical caution. Now, consequently, these problems, professionals risk of opulence as automation handles routine tasks, displacing workers without upskilling paths, and both sectors highlight that the unreadiness translates to job insecurity. And moving on to the next sector, which is the business and manufacturing. In business sector, the business sector, of course, suffers from cultural and technological inertia. Small, medium enterprises balk at digitization costs and cybersecurity threats, resisting agile and amid booming platforms like Takealot. The polarization, of course, favors high-skill roles while eroding informal jobs, which will continue to widen the divide. And in manufacturing, outdated machinery and misaligned policies continue to make incentives for 3D printing and smart factories to accelerate decentralization. Operators of untrained operators in robotics also face a mass entrenchment with little reskilling to shift into oversight or maintenance positions. These barriers not only stifle competitiveness, but they erode employment bases, demanding agent policy realignment. The last one, barriers in agriculture, vital for rural livelihoods and food security, continues to remain under-digitized. Smallholder businesses lack skills for smart tools like AI crop monitoring and drones, compounded by regulatory fog on agri-tech data. Poor rural connectivity locks out the Internet of Things benefits, rendering seasonal labor obsolete and entrenching subsistence farming. These sectors together, they are interconnected. Educational failings cascades into universal skills tragedies, while infrastructural voids amplify the digital chasm. And overall, the rise of multimodal work and remote work and constructing exposes workers to unregulated vulnerabilities and platform ecosystems, which underscores the need for holistic reform. And now, looking at the labor implications and the oversights, the labor implications are stuck. The BECSA and the LRA, the Labor Relations Act, offer no clarity on digital employers, and this results in algorithmic biases in hiring and remote work boundaries, leaving the gig workers without benefits and bargaining right. Yet, the fourth industrial revolution's advantages are compelling. It boosts productivity, and the World Economic Forum projects that there will be 1.2 million jobs that are going to be created. While on the disadvantages passes that 30% of the jobs, routine jobs, will be displaced. Ethical pitfalls will cause AI discrimination, and trust erosion from conspiracy narratives around automation will continue to grow. This paper emphasizes that transparent implementation is crucial to mitigate risks and build societal cooperation. And in conclusion and recommendation, this paper navigates that legislative overhauls. There's a need to amend the BCEA and LRA to define platform employees and curb algorithmic inequalities. Perhaps we can do so via a dedicated 4IR labor code. For skills and infrastructure, There's a need to integrate e-literacy into curricula, and there's a need to leverage SATA for AI, robotics, and training. Deploy public-private broadband partnerships in rural areas. There's a need for inter-ministerial collaboration that will span education, labor, and trade. This must happen so that the Constitution's mandate of equity is observed. In conclusion, the 4 IR's barriers in this sector threaten exclusion, but with bold, multifaceted action, we can transform them into bridges for exclusive prosperity. I thank you.
Thanks very much. As he's waiting there, then I want to use my 5 seconds or 5 minutes to take questions. I'll start here. Please, very short and to the point. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5. Oh, then I'll be very hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, some will press them. 6. We got only 4 minutes to deal with that. Quick, 1.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I'm more interested in the legal framework because you have stated that legislation is outdated such that the POPIA also clashes with AI governance.
Ask a
Given
question.
that-
A question. I don't want preamble, a question.
First.
Please.
Okay, given that your research seeks to transform legislations to accommodate the technological world we're moving into, would you also suggest that robotics should be declared as juristic persons just like universities?
Sharp. Point. Question. No preamble, don't give background. Question. What?
Do you think our status quo is ready to fully adopt 4IR? Is our status quo ready to adopt?
Sharp. Question. No preamble, no background, don't tell me about legislation. Question.
How do you plan to conduct your study? Plan to conduct your study?
How do you plan to conduct your studies? That's a question. Question, Professor?
Yes.
No background, no preamble. Question.
Okay, the topic, I didn't see the law in the topic. So I would recommend that instead of saying sectorial analysis, should be labor law analysis. It's a recommendation. Because I didn't see
The
law
comment.
in the topic.
Didn't see law in the topic, please get down to that. Then, Professor will be the last one.
Thank you very
No,
much.
Okay. Fire, Professor.
Okay,
Fire.
thank you very much.
Question,
I-
Professor.
Yes, just a question. I wanted to check on the culture, the electronic culture of the participants or whoever would be the target population. How ready are we for this? Not looking at infrastructure, not looking at skills, but the culture, the e-culture thereof.
Electronic culture. How ready are we?
Bit of a
Well, the final,
recommendation.
I acknowledge him, but it's fine. Question, very quick question. You got only 1 minute to respond.
Not a question, a bit of a recommendation. I think you should be thinking around laws that make it stringent for organizations to ensure that the employees are ready for the 4th, which we're already heading towards the 5th industrial revolution. Because in the way that you're putting it, you're saying we should be stuck in 3 IR.
Thank you.
There's no
Then,
3 IR.
Given the hard push into the 5th industrial revolution that we are in now, how are you able to optimize the integration of human and machine technology into the current generation, especially in elucidating the problems that are found in labor law?
Thank you. This doctor, fire what you can fire, those who cannot fire, and then over the cup of coffee.
No, thank you very much for the wonderful questions. Some of them I will have a problem to remember, but you can just rephrase them. To start with your question, my sister, about either robotics should be, I think that is not part of my study at the moment. But however, I had others were presenting on it yesterday, that perhaps AI can be incorporated to be a juristic person because it can invent or it can do other things. On the second question, about the status quo. I was asked about the status quo. Am I correct? I forgot how the question was phrased. My sister, I used the methodology that I used is qualitative research, of course, doctoral analysis, where we visit all the secondary literatures that is already out there. So that's how I was able to compile this research. And then also on the issue of labor, Prof, my topic is the navigating the fourth industrial revolution. So we are assessing employment readiness. So in my field, labor only, the term employment also forms part of the labor part. And
Culture and whatever you deal with it.
okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. That was supersonic in a way. We were trying to accelerate here. I've only 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure whether this one are going together. It's an online presentations. And I want to check from their house. If maybe we can have our notebook ready, then I allow those presentations, I time them so direct that after that we take full round of questions because our minutes to be here are now limited. Program director of the day is looking at me with a very, then we roll with these 3 presentations, that 3, then you jot down the questions and comments, then I'll open up 5 minutes for everybody, then we interact so that we can be out of this venue. There's a gala and a lunch in between. I know I promise you the whole story. You can get me during gala, I'm active. I know. The program of the day knows that during gala, there's something which make me. So, oh, yeah, continue the story. Yes, while she's connecting, you know, it's related to research. You know that we have got a lot of rules and instructions. The guy bought a horse from the pastor, and he told him that to make this horse work, say God is there, it's great. And then to make it stop, say Amen. Then the guy said, I know how to ride the horse. You can't tell me about horses, man. They take the horse, then the pastor started for him. Then when he ran, he said, no, I know the horse. I know how to work. So, the horse goes. Then the horse can't stop. Then the guy started praying. He said, hallelujah, God, help me, and all this. And when you say hallelujah, you make the horse to run faster, you know. Then he started praying. He said, praise God, and the horse ran faster. Then when he finished the prayer, he said, amen. The horse stops, you know. So you don't think you know everything in research. Some of the guys things you need to learn from somewhere because you make yourself run around with the horse which departs. So that's the short story. Now we have somebody on the table. I'm trying to look from Lamula. Are you ready? Comrade Lamula, are you ready to start? I can see you're talking, but I'm not sure if you have muted yourself, but I can see you're talking. Lamla, unmute yourself. I was expecting this kind of details. I can see. I was expecting that. Then I could go back to my own story. Prof introduced the story. And then, if Lamula is having problems, I can go to the next presenter if you can pick it. Lamula, can you hear me? Yes, he said he can hear me, but I'm not sure if the audience here can hear you. But from the little gadget with my technician, I can hear you. I know you know my voice, so that's why you can hear me. Yes, I know. He knows my voice. You know. Try it, Lamula. Give a greeting.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name of Kingston Sheshes.
You have the next 10 minutes, Lamula. Fire.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name of Kingston Sheshes Theophilus Lamola. I am a DCOM candidate from the Department of Business Management. And my research topic reads as thus: effects of fuel price fluctuations on production performance in the textile, clothing, leather, and footwear industry in South Africa. Next slide, please.
Somebody presenting for Kilian, for him. Can't you move it from your side, Lamola?
Let me give it a try.
Yes, because
no.
it can't move.
No, it can't move.
Oh, it's moving that side. Keep on talking. Look at the side by first. Keep on talking. It's moving on our side.
Oh, it's moving on your side?
Yes, keep
Okay,
on
so
firing.
let me do this quickly. I'm going to switch along.
You can roll, Lamola.
Okay, thank you. Which one do you see from that side?
Introduction and background.
Okay, thanks very much. So eventually the study motivation was directed towards the effects of fuel price fluctuations on production performance through several key mechanisms such as energy cost, logistics or transportation, supply chain impact, and as well as the production efficiency and effectiveness. You can scroll. Are we still on the introduction? Because I can't see.
Yes, still stuck there.
Okay. And now again, if you can check the textile and clothing, footwear, leather industry in South Africa is intensely unified into national supply chains, and it is sensitive to the cost of input factors, primarily on fuel price fluctuations. In recent years, the economy experienced volatility in fuel price fluctuations motivated by both international oil pressure fluctuations and local currency changes. These dynamics present significant encounters to the TCFL industry, impacting production distribution, operating costs, and the consumer demand. So furthermore, the objective of the study was to determine the effects of fuel price fluctuations on production performance in the TCFL industry in South Africa, whereas the alternative hypothesis reads, fuel price fluctuations affect production performance in the TCFL industry in South Africa. So which one do you see now? Is it literature review for confirmation?
Yes, literature review. Continue, my brother.
Okay. Thank you very much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you through the theory itself, which is the theory of commodity price stabilization. So based on the time constraint, a synopsis on the theory of commodity price stabilization is summarized into three segments, such on, let's say, advantages, disadvantages, and the guidelines. Then furthermore, the theory is noteworthy in understanding fuel price fluctuations, particularly on how international market conditions influence domestic pricing mechanisms for the TCFL industry in South Africa. In addition, the theory explored approaches to, let's say, to reduce the price volatility in commodity markets, aiming to minimize the impact of fuel price fluctuations on producer and consumers or the customers. Yes, so moving forward now, I think maybe you are facing not methodology, but the theory.
Methodology?
Yes. Okay. I'll be with you just now because I'm struggling to switch. Just in a second. Okay, fine. Again, pertaining to the methodology now, if you can check, my study considered, let's say, the time series model, of which now I have access, let's say, the secondary data from the Department of Statistics South Africa, as well as from the World Bank Development Indicators. And eventually, the study is an annual time series ranging from 1997 to 2023, and I have computed 26 observations. Then again, I have used the eView application, version number 14 for data analysis. Then again, the study produced a ARDL for long-run equilibrium and short-run equilibrium, as well as the Jacob-Barra test, the Kusum of squares, and generalized impulse response. Then now, pertaining to the model specification, I'm having the initial model. The first one, the PP represents the production performance, which is a factor of fuel price fluctuations, interest rate fluctuations, currency exchange rate inflation, and as well as the electricity supply. Then again, I'm having the autoregressive model. Then thirdly, I'm having the distributive lag of the fuel price fluctuations.
You have 3 minutes to go.
Okay. Moving forward, are we facing the ARDL co-integration?
Yes.
Okay. So apparently, if you can check over here, let me do this. I'm going to take you through table number 1 that speaks much about the ARDL co-integration. As part of the results, eventually the F statistics is at 2.34, which is greater than the p-value of 0.02 as per the results, then meaning that the null hypothesis is rejected simply because there is no long-run relationship indicating any co-integration. Okay.
You have 2 minutes, Lamola.
2 minutes?
Please.
Okay, then again, we're having the results pertaining to the ECM. And then again, as we're moving forward again, we're having the bound test results. Then the first one, we're having the Bruch-Pack and Godfrey, as well as the Harvey test and the ARC test. So all of these results seemingly they share, let's say, the very same sentiments to say that their F statistics is above, let's say, the critical value or the p-value of 0.5%, meaning that in general, I'm going to reject the null hypothesis. Then again, moving forward, we're having the stability test. Is it the same from that side? The stability test? Hello?
ARDL, bound test, and stability test.
That was so quick. This one, stability
test.
Okay. Obviously, over the stability test here, we're facing the normal distribution, and I'm more interested over the Jacob-Barra test to say that the Jacob-Barra is 1.955 and the probability is 0.37. So meaning that we're going to reject the null hypothesis simply because the p-value is less than 0.05%. Then again, the other one, you're facing the Kusum of squares, isn't it so? Be with me, Prof.
I'm still with you. You got just over 10 seconds.
Okay. As part of the interpretation for the Kusum of squares, obviously the blue line remains within the critical bounds. So it indicates that the regression coefficients are stable, suggesting that the model is stable and suitable for
You can hear the house is applauding you. Job well done. Stay following then, because we will have a round of questions after the next 2 speakers. Please stay in touch, stay connected. Then can we have the next speaker? Somebody to help me here. Then reserve those minutes. I'm going to press everybody in those minutes.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah, just hold in, keep connected. Follow
the proceedings. Then your
Yes.
questions are coming in less than 20 minutes or so, so keep connected. Then we have the next presenter here. And who's here? We get out of Lamola and then we get somebody else. I'm chasing time, we need to be out here. Someone want to join? This
Okay,
call?
I'm stopping the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, stop it from my side and somebody will connect. But
Yes,
are you following
I did, Prof.
Lamola? Are you with us in the net?
Yes, I am, sir.
Please hang on there. So remain with us on the net. Now, who's this one? Can join now. The post is taking my minutes. It's taking
Please
time.
share the slides, Ms. Personal Matli.
Who's there? Can you join? Who's joining?
I've joined Ms. Personal Matli.
Oh, Prof, you are there. Please, Prof, if you are ready with the slides or you can ready with your talk, please. We're giving you the next 10 minutes to talk. Then we take it from there, but you'll hang on for the questions. Are you ready to talk, Prof?
Can you please share the slides on your side?
Somebody share the slides. You know what? I'm just a program that I don't even know where to press a button, yeah, Professor. Yeah, there you are, the state of IRQ among JSE listed companies. Is that the correct one, Professor?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
You can get fire, Prof. Then your 10 minutes starting now.
Thank you. My name is Paswana Matli, and my research topic is the state of integrated reporting quality among JSE listed companies. Moving to the second slide, my motivation to focus on integrated reporting quality emanates from its significant role in promoting transparency and sustainable value creation. South Africa is one of the countries that embraced integrated report through the King 4 and JSE requirement, yet concerns remain about whether the quality of this integrated report truly reflects the spirit of the framework. And there were also limited academic focus on how to assess quality, which further highlighted the need for this research. And moving to the third slide, integrated reporting framework was formed in August 2010 and subsequently merged with King 4, meaning in order for companies to produce integrated reporting quality, they must comply with the IR framework as well as adhering to King 4 recommended practices. Although integrated reporting is now the new reporting system, stakeholders view it as a report that enhances companies' image rather than providing transparent accountability. Companies are required to use integrated reporting quality to ensure the stakeholders can rely on the new ideas reported in the integrated report that support organizational future plans for value creation. And the question remains as to whether this firms to implement the AR as required. And moving to the slide 4, on the slide 4, we are looking at a research problem which indicate that although listed companies in South Africa has adopted the integrated reporting, there are still difficulties, they're still showing the difficulty in applying the entire AR framework, which resulting in the poor integrated reporting quality. And companies which are exposed to high social environmental sensitivity, such as the mining, faces more challenges in providing this quality integrated reporting. There is also ongoing criticism of the credibility of sustainability report issued by companies under different sectors. And looking at the studies, which studies the integrated report, has primarily focused on the examining the integrated reporting role and objectives, as well as highlighting the issues within the framework. Hence, there has been a revised integrated report framework that was effective in 2022. However, few studies have investigated the integrated reporting quality assessment. And as such, moving to slide 5, we have provided the aim and the objective, which is to examine the integrated quality of the JSE listed entities, to establish whether quality of integrated reports has been enhanced since the new integrated report framework went to effective in January 2022. And following the objective as well as the aim of the study, we have derived a research question which state that how has the average quality of the integrated report released by South Africa listed firms changed since the effective date for adoption of the new integrated report. And on slide 6, just looking on the few research literature, we have noted, because of the time I was just talking to one, which is Agostia et al., which also assess the integrated reporting quality assessment. And according to their research findings, listed company issue integrated reports with concerning quality on average. And the result also demonstrated a partial improvement in the integrated reporting quality, particularly in terms of the content, reliability, and information clarity. And this demonstrates that there is a potential for improvement in the integrated reporting quality. And the study also focused on the old integrated reporting framework, and which this one is going to it has focused on the revised framework which came into effective in 2022. And then the outcomes of this study suggested that the external audit have a benefit impact also on the integrated reporting quality. And as it stands, the integrated report quality, they don't undergo the external audit. And in South Africa, HESA performs the audit on the audit of the predetermined objectives. And such practices can be extended to JSE listed companies to enhance the quality of the integrated report. Pistoni et al. Also had issues on the issue of the integrated reporting quality, also claim as well. Going to slide 7, where we're going to look at the methodology. The study applied a positivist paradigm approach, as this paradigm believes in singular reality. And the reality in this case is whether listed companies complied with the integrated reporting framework or not, which indicates that whether they produced a quality integrated report. And the study employed the quantitative approach, utilizing secondary data from 44 firms listed on JSE under Responsible Investment Index from 2022 to 2024. And due to the revised integrated report framework being effective in 2022, it was necessary to examine only reports from 2022 to preclude the evaluation of the reports issued prior to the framework implementation. The content analysis and the scoring system were applied as well to evaluate the quality of the reports, and the scores were tested for 0.05 significance. And the scoring system that was employed in the study was based on the scale established by Pistoni et al., Aka et al., and also DAB. And the scaling system was also adapted by the other scholars, and this ensured the dependability of the scoring system used in this study. The population of this study was obtained from all companies listed in Johannesburg Security Exchange. However, the researcher purposely selected companies listed under JSEII, which is a Responsible Investment Index, because these companies are mostly made global recognized environmental, social, and governance, which is ESG, and sustainability performance, which require sustainability reports such as integrated reports to be reported to their stakeholders.
3 minutes, Professor, 3 minutes.
The JSERR has 44 business listed as at 2024, and because of the sample was low, all companies were assessed, and the variables that were assessed were also looking at the inclusion of the content that matched to IR principles, and also the reliability of the reports as well. Going to slide number 8, the results finding shows that, looking at the results, the researchers finding shows that the listed JSE firms publish a moderate quality of integrated report, and there was an improvement when we were looking at a quality of integrated report from 2022 to 2024, but partially readability and character of document and content element area. And this was due to the fact that the company stuck with a proper application of the integrated reporting model when preparing the integrated report, more especially with regards to the content elements and readability of documents. And the findings contribute to the practical value by identifying integrated reporting practices gaps that hinder integrated reporting quality and suggest possible recommendation to address these findings. Partial improvement in the content elements and readability will also enable the companies to concentrate on these areas by offering trainings and employing expert writers to improve the integrated report quality. The study also contributes through the highlighting the non-compliance with JSE requirements by listed companies, and also suggests that the JSE must strengthen their requirements in terms of integrated reporting so that the companies can comply with IR framework to issue the quality integrated report. Thank you.
We're done.
Yes.
Thanks very much. You spare time. Please keep on connected in our line. Then we'll have a round of questions. Technicians, can you come and connect me with the next presenter? Please, technicians on the other side, can you allow the next presenter to log in? You can log out. Then we have the next presenter. Colleagues, we're chasing time.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
welcome, Pila, and then I'm giving you the next 10 minutes. There's too much noise in the background, if you can manage that. But I'm giving you the next 10 minutes to tell your idea. Make sure that you use it economically. We're chasing time. I'm not sure whether you can share that side of presentation or somebody will share it for you this side.
Okay, noted.
You are connected. We can hear you. Is the presentation this side or is with there? Can you share from your side? The presentation.
No, it's not showing the presentation on my side.
Yeah, it's showing you. We can see you in your action. Yes, there's the presentation. Then if you can see that side, take advantage if you internalize it and roll with it. We see the cover
Yes,
page.
I can be able to see it. Am I audible on your side, Prof?
You are very loud and clear. There goes your 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Naledi Pila. I'm Master of Commerce in Economics. I'm here to present a paper, The Impact of Public-Private Infrastructure Partnership on Infrastructure Investment in South Africa. Next slide, please. Public-private partnerships have become a major financing and service delivery mechanism for infrastructure worldwide, especially in developing countries facing financial constraint, according to World Bank and Casada et al. 2020. Therefore, since the early 2000s, South Africa has adopted PPPs in transport, energy, and health with toll roads and Gautrain rapid rail projects, serving as a flagship examples. What is the definition of public-private partnership? Is defined as a construct between a public sector institution and a private sector party, where the private party performs a function that is usually provided by the public uses state property in terms of the PPP agreement. What motivated me to study this is that South Africa faces an infrastructure deficit that limits GDP per growth, as World Bank recorded negative 1% per annum. Therefore, the physical constraint pushes policymakers to leverage the PPPs as alternative financing. Therefore, the evidence showed a mixed between country-specific on the empirical analysis, and also there is empirical that is needed. Continually, the causal dynamics between PPP flows and PPP project performance, public infrastructure spending, and measured investment. Next slide, please. Therefore, these studies apply evidence to guide policy design on PPP programs. as alluded by the problem statement, that there is a growing adoption. The effectiveness of PPP as driving infrastructure investment in South Africa remain uncertain due to high capital requirements and the need to derive efficiency gain in public investment. Therefore, the government have restored the adoption of public-private partnerships. On the other side, the public-private partnerships have adopted, they continue to be critical and resetted by us citizens across sectors. Therefore, in South Africa, where the infrastructure backlog is severe and physical space is limited, it is crucial to assess whether PPPs are delivering the intended investment outcomes. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The study therefore aimed to investigate the impact of public-private infrastructure partnership on investment infrastructure in South Africa for the period of 1994 to 2023. I'm sorry about that, but it's from 1990 to 2023. Therefore, the study is to, wants to examine the relationship between public-private partnership on infrastructure investment and the causal relationship, and the research questions align with the research objectives. Next slide, please. Okay, the study adopted the network theory that originated in sociology with Jacob Morem and was later advanced by Groneva in 1973, who emphasized the strength of weak ties in shaping cooperation and information flows, and later Powell 1990 on inter-organization networks. This theory therefore highlights how relationship and connections between actors such as individual organizations and institutions are critical for achieving collective outcomes. Therefore, we see that unlike hierarchical system, network theory stresses horizontal linkages and collaboration as essential for efficiency. Therefore, on the other side of empirical analysis, it is limited analysis. Therefore, Sisela in 2023 assesses whether public-private partnerships are effective as infrastructure development strategies. Therefore, the findings from the analysis, different case study shows that the PPP equilibrium framework can serve as both guideline for infrastructure projects and tool for assessing their potential effectiveness in infrastructure. There's also a positive association-led support to earlier discussion by Malika and Koa, Mota and Morea in 2015, Rosea and Saz in 2020, Sama in 2012 regarding the functions of governance elements in PPP. Next slide, please. The research methodology, the data was collected from World Bank, World Development Indicator, and also the Public-Private Partnership Group by the World Bank from 1990 to 2023. There it is the model specification. I'm going to use gross fixed capital formation for proxy of investment infrastructure. It will be explained by PPP in millions and PPP in projects, and also public infrastructure, and also investment, foreign direct investment, real GDP and interest rate. And also the second equation is the linearize of the model I just explained. What we see there is the ARDL co-integration steps to be followed. The study tested for stationarity to determine whether the ARDL is the suitable model for the study. We then determined the leg in order to estimate the ARD model, and we tested for co-integration and later checked the diagnostic test and the sensitivity of the analysis, and later answered the Granger causality test. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, according to the unit root test, the study adopted ADF and PPP unit root, as we see that gross fixed capital formation and public-private partnerships in millions and real GDP per capita, they integrate at order one. There is no need for us to differentiate them. They are stationary at level, where else we difference project and public infrastructure and interest rate in order to avoid spurious results. Therefore, there is no variable that integrates at other two. It allows us to proceed with ARDL model. Next slide, please.
You have 3 minutes to go.
Thank you. As we are analyzing the results, we see that the F statistics of 11,575 is above the upper critical values. Therefore, the co-integration exists. The study, the software that was used to test the result is eView Student version 12. Therefore, there is a statistical significant long-run relationship between the variables. As we continue to see at the upper table where there is ARDL long-run results, we see that PPP is positive and significant, and PPP in projects is negative and significant, and public infrastructure is also negative and significant to gross fixed capital formation, and FDI in direct foreign investment inflows are negative and statistically insignificant, and we see that interest rate is negative and statistical significant. GDP is positive and statistical significant. As we can see, our speed of adjustment, of which is not showing there because of the, I think it is the length of the screen. Therefore, we see that the co-integration is negative and statistically significant in the short run. So what we see there is the mixed results that explains to us that positive long-run association with gross fixed capital formation, but effect size is marginal, and also suggesting implementation and efficiency issues, and to continue to saying that improved project preparation, governance, and finance condition and capacity, they can help our infrastructure, because we do believe that infrastructure investment can bring employment and also grow our economy, as we are lacking investor confidence in South Africa. Next slide, please.
1 minute.
Okay. And as we see in the Granger causality, the PPP in million, there is no Granger causality, where else in projects and real GDP, there is bidirectional, and also public infrastructure, where else others, there is no direction. Can I go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Then our model is not normally distributed according to the Jacobera, but the diagram below, the figure shows that the cortices and skewness, it shows that our model was normally distributed, and there is no heteroscedasticity, there is no serial correlation. Therefore, our model is stable. Can I go to the next slide, please? According to the Q-zoom and Q-zoom square, our critical lines are inside 5% level of significance. Therefore, the model is suitable to advise policymakers because it is stable. Next slide, please. Okay, those are the reference that I used.
Excellent. Job well done. Thanks very much. Can you stop that? Then please hang on in the net. Follow the proceedings. The questions are coming your way. Then the technicians will, in the meantime, connecting the next one if we still have. And we have actually the program director of the day. My minutes of the day are getting exhausted. Then can you connect the next one if they still? So I'm told then this was the last one. Then I'm giving you only 3.5 minutes to if comment, question, whatever, short and to the point of any of the presenters who are presented online. I'll start this side. I'll count. 1, no preamble, just direct. 1, it's only 1 this side. I see only 1. Here I don't see anybody. Remember, all the speakers. So don't think I'll open another round. Then make your comment or a question. I hope all the speakers, you're still with us. Listen, what is your share, your take? 1.
So my question is directed to the last speaker.
The last speaker, still online.
So failure of public-private partnerships on investment agreements creates a deep state of
Yes, Prof.
corrupt government officials and private companies exploiting prices for profit. So how do you remedy this in your study?
Have you got that?
I didn't hear the question, Prof. Can you please repeat it on my behalf?
The question part.
How do you remedy the failure of public-private partnerships on investment agreements?
How do you remedy the failure of public-private partnership in?
How do I?
Repeat it, man.
Oh.
I'm also not good. I'm aging.
No, how do you remedy the issue of the failure of public-private partner agreements on investment agreements, yes, or public-private partnerships on investment agreements?
Did you got it, my sister?
Don't you have handsets?
Come,
No, I didn't hear you,
walk to me. Walk to me. At least we have this opportunity to be on the stage while the program director of the day is readying himself to come and take over. As is coming, the program director, I would like to appreciate and thank you for giving me this opportunity to facilitate this part. It was a difficult part. Throw it here. Question part, no preamble.
So the question is the failure of public-private partnership agreements on of public and private partnerships on investment agreements. Yes, that is the question. How do you remedy this issue of deep state, of corrupt government officials and private companies exploiting prices for profit?
Did you get it? Then I think this, you throw something in the notes that she process it. Then, in the meantime, the program director of the day, I really want to appreciate in the house at large. We are pressing on time. We're supposed to have walked out of this venue by the past 5 minutes or so. So we have exceeded our time. Then program director of the day, Commander-in-Chief, come and take over. I want to appreciate the house and also congratulate you to be a very good audience. And all the presenters and the speakers, you have done a very nice job to save us the trouble all this time. Program director, take over. Thanks very much.
I think you're done.
Thank you very much. Online presenters, I think somehow, you will get your comments and your questions. I think there's space in the digital environment. You will get feedback or comments from the house. Thank you so much again. I know some of you have been on the call for a very long time. We really appreciate your patience, and we are sorry for a few technical glitches here and there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost done with the entire presentation sessions. In parallel session 2, they are just concluding, and they will then all come and join us here so that we can formally close the proceedings. I'm not so sure if Prof. Sitati is ready yet, but there are a few issues that needed to be addressed before we conclude. Firstly, do not worry about the politics of the stomach. It does not mean lunch is cancelled. Lunch is still there. It's coming. We just wanted to conclude because the hall is going to be used. This is the same hall that is going to be used for the gala dinner. And so the ranch team wants to prepare the hall for the gala dinner. That is why we are trying to move ahead with the program. I am just checking on my left there to see if Prof and the team are ready. I don't have any jokes, so I'm not going to start talking about the horse. Yeah. I think at this stage it's been long. The sessions have been nice. They've been engaging. Like I mentioned when I began, in economics language, we have now reached equilibrium. What is left now is for the gala dinner so that we can then be able to reach utility. I see Prof. Sitati outside. I think he is coming here. Let's just give him a few minutes and then he will then guide us as to what will follow next. Professor Sitati, we were waiting for you. we are wrapping up the program here. We were just waiting for an indication of what we are going to do next. All right. As we wait for the other hall to conclude, Prof. Nkuna, you are still chairing the session. Yes.
I'm brought back to the stage. I thought I've retired. Then, but what I have to say, it's like my story of the donkey didn't go well with the. I thought it will eat what it's supposed to eat, but I was trying to communicate that while we are in research, there are other practices and the way of doing things in research, to an extent that those who are coming to research, they think that those rules are not helping any sense or having any significance as we go about the research. So that's why I was telling that story of the donkey, that somebody bought a donkey and think that he knows how the donkey behaves, only to find out that the rules which he knows himself are not applicable to that donkey. Same applies to those who come to present and do their papers. So that's what I was trying to communicate when I tell that story. So the program director, I said, I must come and finish it. And I finished it already. I don't know what to finish because I finished that story. Then Prof want me to retell it. Then, it was not my intention to retell it, but I can, in brief note, saying that you can think where you're coming from, where you have the rules or wherever you come joining the scientific space, then it's not ordinary. Common sense does not work. We have things, we have the way, we have the rules, we have the guides, and those things cut across in science, that what you do here, the way you presented your papers here, the way you structure your papers here, you go to another country where they don't even use our language in science, you'll be surprised that we're talking the same language. We're using the same practices. We're using some of the common things, the referencing and all those things, depending how do you place it. So on this note, bring my story to that. I wanted to stress that point, that those who are here, those who are presented, those who have came in to listen, and those, without influencing the adjudicators. I know the adjudicators are here, but try your all best, and I was impressed by how Professor was trying to guide on those, and those are the things which you come here for. Then this is, I'm not trying to influence what is coming, because we're going to have a faculty conference, and this is the preparatory stage. Then when we say we come on for the faculty conference, we need you to do something above, more sophisticated than what we have done here. So I was forced to come back and finish this little story because the professor is still busy on the other side, and I'm told they're coming. And now I'll share this. Chairperson, I don't want to talk on unprepared speech, so I want you to come back and finish that other part, what you didn't finish, before the professor can even walk there. I'll remind him. Then can I hand over back? Don't call me again, please. I'll call. Please, don't call.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much, Prof. Nkuna. Colleagues, something very interesting or something very unique. We have roving microphones that are on the tables. From the presenters and then from the management table, the faculty management table. So far as the proceedings have gone, what are your key takeaways? Presenters, let's get three. Let's get three hands. What are your key takeaways so far from the deliberations? Presenters? Okay, I've got one there. I've got one. Let's get a second hand. There was one there. Okay, yes, we've got a second hand there. Can we get a third hand? Ladies, do you want to be volunteered? All right, okay, it's fine. In that order, yes, sir, you can go ahead and then you will follow.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Firstly, I would like to say that they were very fascinating presentations as far as I'm concerned on different fields. Personally, I'm from law, but I learned other things from other respective schools, in particular the School of Accounting and the School of Economics. And what I just wanted to perhaps share with my colleagues here, from what I learned back in the days, from when I was presenting, all the presentations were well, but I just want to maybe put it as an advice for even future references for those who are still to present. I believe that these are not the last, it's not the last day where we are going to be presenting papers, especially when we deal with projecting slides. I've noticed from the first day that we project slides or we write slides in a different way. And when I was learning, supervisors and other academians in the field have taught me that usually when you present, your slides should give keywords to the audiences and you must speak to the slides. Basically what it means is that we basically don't have to follow you word for word with what you have written on your slides. But if you are able to speak to the key points of your slides, then you show that you understand the study that you're on. I believe that every study that was presented here is a study that each and all of us understands. So in order to show that understanding of the study that you are partaking on, it's also important to show it even when you are presenting, that you are aware of the study that you are doing. So when we are preparing slides, when we are preparing our presentations, it is important that we bear that in mind. That is just my point. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And then,
Thank you, colleagues. My name is Sawaselen Tlhane. Dr. Miles Monroe has written the book titled 7 Principles of an Eagle. Those who know it. One of those principles, there is one, I will mention 3. One, it says eagle has got a vision. And then number 2, it says eagle trust before test, test before trust. But the important one is it says eagle rejuvenate. And for that, for me, when coming to me, I'm based in Pretoria, but I came here to present. But most importantly, I've learned from my peers as the 3 days I spent here, and also from the comments from the floor, and also the questions. And one man says, the traveling widens one's horizon. And for that purpose, whatever I've gained here, and also I believe also to my peers, we have to take all the things which have been said here and also the education we have received to take it further. Thank you, colleagues.
all right, thank you very much. Key takeaways from the other angle. Professor Koma, yeah, I think, sorry to put you on the spot. What would you advise to the presenters? What were your key observations with regards to the proceedings, Prof? And then Prof Nkuna, I recognize you. I see you wanted to add something.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think generally it is clear that there is room for improvement, but I'm glad that what I said during day 1, in terms of providing just a high-level outline of what is expected in this platform, that you are given a clear time allocation. You have 10 minutes to make a compelling presentation in terms of overall what is your study all about, the methodology, and getting to the results, and also your recommendations. And you can see that it appears that majority of the presenters spent a lot of time on the intro, the literature review, methodology, and less on the findings, the conclusions, and also the recommendations. So it's a pointer for improvement that going forward, this is what the audience basically will be looking for. What are the key findings arising from the study, but also what are the recommendations you're putting forward as part of the conclusion of the study. But overall, I think we are impressed as the leadership of the faculty in terms of the essence of this platform, because this is a platform we said from day one, it is meant to train the next generation of scholars and leaders in the different fields of the faculty: law, governance, management, leadership, development, and accounting. Thanks.
Advocate, you want to add?
Well, it was not my intention, but because you're asking me, I will add. There are a lot of things that I observed here. But you would recall that I stressed the importance of observing the key prescripts of social justice. If I were to make sense of this all, this input now was supposed to also pick certain cases as examples. But I would not do that, because the adjudicators are still going to make some determinations. Instead, what I would say is two things in the main. One, in my view, it's not necessarily about a binary perspective around it all. In my view, all the presentations were spot on, especially because, everything is developmental. We move from that premise. That is one. Two, my overarching observation is that we are living up to the motto of finding solutions for Africa. I say this with pride because I make some comparisons. When you make some engagements with students from elsewhere and you have encounters with what they do out there, and you compare with what we have and what we do, our output, our throughput, you get to realize that the University of Limpopo has a reason to smile. There are a lot of good things that are coming out of our engagements with our students. And I think as a faculty, we have every reason to continue to be proud that the amount of work that the academics in this faculty are putting in their industry should be commended. But of course, that was true. In conclusion, I think what we need to appreciate as students now is that the fact that you are not going to be announced as one of the winners in the evening should not necessarily signal that you have failed. I think you must just understand that in everything, there will always be one that will be at the forefront. And that's why Bafana is number one in Group C. Yeah, so there must always be somebody who takes the lead. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof. Mokoena, I think you would also want to add something. And I see the other hoe is done there. They are coming, but you can.
When I look at you, then I was like thinking, oh, okay. You may end up coming to me. And at the end, I was like looking at the fuel from the car. Then I'm seeing that there's a red light. So it may stop at any time. So the petrol is now actually not in a good state with the car. But be that as it may. We basically reach as a university, and in particular, our faculty, because when you want assistance to file your returns to SARS, the program director, without charging you, will be willing to do that. When I need to consult on a legal matter, advocate here will then actually offer the professional service at no cost. And you know the business, the business part. You know what I want to say now in relation to the presentation. What basically happened is that there's quite a lot of potential. And when I'm sitting here, I also put myself on the other side of the table. As a reviewer, as a possible perhaps reviewer for a book or an article, to what an extent can this particular presentation fit the test or pass the test? So those are the aspects, but there are two advice that I can give. Most of the presentations came from mini dissertations and theses. But those presenters should learn to put that as a preamble, or actually, alert the congregation, if I may use that word, so that we don't expect many things out of it. You can make it as a theoretical paper because you finish your literature review with those preliminary conclusions. But don't just leave at us somewhere or end up actually, we assume that you finished, you are about to defend your study and so forth. So those are just technical things that perhaps the students may improve on them, but the issues that they are addressing are very, very serious issues to an extent that their result or their presentations are not going to collect dust should they be published. Because the purpose is to share the findings and to share our results. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again. The organizing committee is now ready for the next part of the session. Allow me to hand over to our faculty research professor, Professor Study. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Colleagues, if you check the program, it says, I have to thank you and also close this session. The proper thank you will come late in the evening by the DVC. For now, I want to call the committee to come and collect their gifts. And Prof. Mokoena will talk about other gifts later. The committee must come. The committee I'm talking about, all the adjudicators, they come here. I don't want to waste time because you need to go for lunch. All the adjudicators, please come here. You know yourself. And the committee members who were nominated by the FEC. I'm putting it clear for Prof. Mokoena. And the lawyer next to him. So that is not going to be questioned once it has been presented. Gillian says, Maureen, let's do it very quick. People need to go and eat. Can the following people also be ready? Cameraman, even if you are a lady, come. We know a person with a camera is a cameraman. Can you come for a picture here? These people are supposed to be 8. Says Rosina, we are waiting for you. Yeah, Prof. Ayaya is not here. It's not here. Can you give them their gift so that they take a picture and we go for lunch? I'm not sure whether we still call it a lunch or food in the afternoon. All our session chairs, be ready. All our session chairs. All our session chairs. And let's take a picture and we can't wait for this.
That chair.
Can we have session chairs, please? Very quick. Session chairs, Dr. Mnyamani, Mr. Lepiane, Ndade Mabunda, Prof. Mbajog, Dr. El Tala, Prof. Mtembu, Prof. Mazibandila, Prof. Mugwele, and Ms. Lamola. They are not here. Okay, no, it's fine. If they are not here, colleagues, we will have a proper closing and we'll thank you late today for our gala dinner. Then I have a message here from the hotel. They are saying students and participants to respect the property between now and 6 o'clock because we are having a gala dinner at 6. Meaning that don't be everywhere because only people who can be everywhere is those who are sleeping here. Therefore, we go for lunch. When we come back, you come this side. They've asked us to ask you not to make noise, not to go to the pools. You stay at one place. You're not going to play area, no trampoline, nothing. Please, these are their rules. And let's thank the Almighty God and go for lunch. Gala dinner at 6. And thank you all for participating. I don't want to waste time because we're supposed to eat at 1. Then I officially close this session now. Let's go for lunch, colleagues.